Hey guys, once again we are here. You're lucky to have me here actually, because I've only just woken up. After my live stream on Lucy Letby finished, I fell asleep. And you're lucky because Cassie woke me up. Cassie determines how long I'm allowed to sleep. And she determined that about 15 minutes ago, it was time to wake up. So she obviously knew that I had a live stream booked and planned and scheduled. So anyway, we're here again. If you missed my Lucy Letby live stream, Lucy Letby, the killer nurse, the serial killer nurse from the UK, was found guilty today. So I did a live stream over on Michelle Walks about that this afternoon. So it's now currently just gone 6:30 in the PM for me, which means it's just gone 10:30 in the AM in Idaho. And today, Bryan Kohberger is back in court for a motions hearing, a very important motions hearing. Actually, sometimes motions hearings are pretty boring and pretty and not really worth reporting on because it's just all the legal jargon that they do pre-trial. But this one's important. So, yeah, Lucy Letby, she's a nurse from the UK who, after an 8-month trial and 110 hours of jury deliberation, Lucy has been found guilty. Finally, can you believe that the trial started in October of last year? She's been found guilty of 7 murders of babies in her care in a neonatal unit in Chester in the UK, not too far away from me, and also 6 counts of attempted murder. So another serial killer nurse is going to spend a considerable time in prison or in a psychiatric facility, wherever it is they're going to send her. Her sentencing isn't till Monday, and I will be reporting on the sentencing, so I'll do that live on Monday. Hopefully they televise the sentencing. They don't televise trials ever in the UK, but some judges are allowing televising of sentencing. So if this judge is allowing it, then I will bring it to you live. Anyway, this is about Bryan Kohberger, the accused killer of Ethan, Xana, Kaylee, and Maddie from, when was it from? 13th of November of last year. Online feed. There should be. I've got Twitter up in the background, so the hearing should have just started. They don't allow live streaming of the court, but what they've done on previous hearings is they have allowed cameras in court, and then after the hearing is over, then they release it to the media. And if they do that today, then we'll be able to watch the hearing together. But there is an online feed. I've got Bryan Kohberger latest news up here on Twitter, so we can follow it online. However, that's as best as we're going to get for the actual live stuff. But in between checking out what's going on in the courtroom, I'm going to go through the latest court reports of what they're actually talking about and discussing today. So I've got that up as well, and it's got very, very long now. This is the state of Idaho versus Bryan Christopher Kohberger. Can you see just how long this stuff is? And I've reported on a lot of this stuff. I don't go through every single court report, but I have talked at some length about the investigative genetic genealogy, which the defense wants throwing out. So that's one of the discussion points of today's hearing. So it's very important. They also have noted that the grand jury, which indicted Bryan, they want that indictment thrown out. They want a preliminary hearing. The reason why they want a preliminary hearing is because they get to see the evidence. Whereas if it's a grand jury, which has already happened, the defense has no part in it. The defense gets the transcript and nothing more. So they've found some pretty, in my opinion, petty problems with the grand jury. So we're going to go through some of that documentation. Sentencing is live on BBC. That's for Lucy. Great. That's good. That's good. Panorama's out tonight on Lucy as well. Good. I shall watch that. I don't have a television, but I shall log into iPlayer and have a look. Okay, let's go. Let's see what's going on in court. So a nearly full house here in the courtroom between family, the Gonzalez family. I see members of the public and media who have travelled for the hearing. Starting to hear this could be a long one. Be a long one. I think it will be a long one. I think it will be a long one. Expert legal explainer on why Bryan Kohberger has permitted street clothes rather than standard prison outfit for pre-trial hearing. All right. I don't care what he's wearing. Is there any pictures of him that have come out yet? How to find the video feed for Bryan Kohberger, which will air post proceedings. Good. So Court TV is the pool camera inside the courtroom. No live feed, but that will be shared later today on News Nation. We also have live shots throughout the day recapping today's hearing. So we're going to get some live shots. So Alex says the courtroom is not at capacity, but it's more filled than previous hearings. The Gonzalez family is in attendance along with their attorney. Steve Gonzalez told Banfield last night that he wants to monitor the hearing closely to make sure justice is served. Good on you, Steve. Good on you, Steve. You're not sure how long you can keep your eyes up? Oh, you're down under. All right. Bad time for you guys down under. Broken Gothel, you're going to be watching Shakespeare's Henry VI later. Well, I'm not into Shakespeare, but I do know a lot about the medieval kings. So maybe one day I'll tell you all about Henry VI. Toothpicks installed. Says down under with love. That's it, crystallized ice. He could be wearing a potato sack for all I care. Yeah, me too. Me too. So at 10:36, we are underway with Bryan Kohberger entering the courtroom in a blue suit jacket and striped tie. Judge just sat. Bryan Kohberger and his defense team have entered the courtroom. Bryan is wearing a grey suit. So we've got a conflict on the colour of Bryan's suit. So it might be greyish or bluish. We'll have to decide when we actually see it for ourselves. He entered the room calmly, did not appear to have much of an expression on his face. Does he ever? Does he ever? Which colour is it? There's gonna be a debate about what colour Bryan's suit was. Dear me. Oh dear. All right, so it's nearly full, and Bryan could be wearing a blue suit, or he could be wearing a grey suit. We don't know. Oh, Chanley from Court TV's here, giving live updates from inside the courtroom. Let's see what Chanley has to say about Bryan's suit. All right, let's go through some of these court docs. I'm not going to read them word for word. There's a couple of important ones, though, that we want to take notice of because they're very relevant to what's going on right now in Moscow, Idaho, in the courtroom. So, okay, the defense want to stay the proceedings. So the defense, open, taking your time. I guess a lot of people are accessing this site right now. So it's taking a little while to open. As long as it's not his birthday suit. I totally agree, Andrew, baby. I totally agree. Spill the tea. Grey or blue? Grey, blue. Here we go. All right. So the defense want to stay the proceedings. So they want to slow this thing down because on the court docket, currently, the trial is scheduled to start in just a couple of months on the 2nd of October. So we know that Bryan's defense team is growing by the day. And if you're a resident of Idaho, let's be clear that you taxpayers in Idaho are paying not only for the prosecution, but also for Bryan's defense. And they keep adding new people to the team. He's probably got now, I've lost count actually, of how many lawyers he has on his team. They've just added a new person, a DNA expert, because they want to throw the DNA out. They want to argue that the DNA that they found on the knife sheath was basically not worth the paper it's printed on. So it's something else that we need to talk about. Although, if you have been following my Idaho 4 videos, I've got now about 130 Idaho 4 videos, and honestly, they're not well viewed. They're not well viewed videos, but I've talked at some length about the investigative genetic genealogy that they used to catch him. So I'm going to go through that again. The defense is reaching. You're absolutely right, Karen Jim. You're absolutely right. Totally. 10 now on his defense team, says Laurie. I'll believe you. I'll believe you. He has no real defense. What do you all think about his alibi? If you've been following this case, I think the last update I did on it was his alibi. Did a video. When was that? Maybe a week ago, maybe a bit more. I did an update, and Bryan's alibi. Do you want to guess if you've not heard this? Do you want to heard this? His alibi is that he was gone for a drive. That was his alibi. That Bryan is in the habit of going for nighttime drives. And the night that Kaylee, Ethan, Xana, and Maddie were murdered, Bryan was out on a drive, so it couldn't possibly be him. Very lame, Holly. That's not an alibi. In anybody's world, going for a drive is not an alibi. We know he was on a drive because his car was spotted on surveillance going all through Washington, like through Pullman, from his apartment through Pullman. Then it was captured on various surveillance cameras in Moscow, which is only like a 15-minute drive from Pullman. And then after the murders, it was spotted like driving away. And then it was spotted on various cameras going the long way. Actually, it wasn't on cameras going the long way back to Pullman because he went the scenic route because he was going for a drive. But his phone tracked him. His phone tracked him all over the place. Inconsistent path with the car. So yes, we knew already that he was gone for a drive. We knew that because we've seen him on camera. Some of that footage has been released. What Bryan is admitting, telling everyone, is that during this drive, he stopped off and murdered 4 people. And the clone made a mistake and left the knife sheath there with a nice print on it of DNA. So his defense are reaching. Yes, his phone is his alibi. He drove to the crime scene, turned his phone off, and then turned it back on again after the murders. Come on now. That's not an alibi. But that's what he's claiming his alibi is. Come on now, Bryan. Okay. Family of victim Kaylee in attendance at the hearing. Seemed somber and hopeful. Oh, bless him. Bless him. Not got any more news yet. All right. Okay. All right. This is the state's response to the defense wanting to stay the proceedings. It's already started, Leoza. But it started at 10:36 Idaho time. He did indeed, Janice. He drove to the house again in the morning. He did. And the car is caught on camera. We've seen that footage too. He's an effing He's not that clever. Well, he tried to be organised, but made a colossal mistake. So the defence want to stay the proceedings, and the state is saying, no, we want to carry on. But like I said, I'm not going to read these documents in full. But there is some interesting things here in relation to the arguments in relation to them saying that the grand jury indictment needs to be thrown out. So the 2 main things that they're discussing today, well, it's actually 3 things, I think. There's a whole bunch of stuff on the docket for today. The agenda's huge. Defense want to stay the proceedings, so the judge is going to rule on that. The judge also is going to rule on the grand jury indictment, whether that needs to be thrown out or not. No, it's not live streamed, Leoza. It's televised. There's cameras in the court, but they don't allow live streaming. The camera that's capturing the hearing will be released to the media after the proceedings have finished. But this could be a long one. So it could be that if this lasts all day, then I'm not going to be able to sit here for hours and hours and hours. So we're just playing it by ear. So I'm going through the live court reports from the journalists who are in court, and I'm going through the documents that they're going to discuss. And then if it does end in a timely manner, then we can watch the hearing together. That's very true, Mom. Alex Alec Murdoch said that he wasn't at the kennels, and he was. He eventually had to come clean. Well, I mean, some people do go for drives, I guess. Yes, it wastes gas, but it's his gas to waste. Can't see anything live. Yeah. Incel vibes. He's a big incel. Yeah, I think it is going to be long. It is going to be long. Okay, so the other thing they're discussing is whether the grand jury indictment should be thrown out, and then also they're discussing whether the state has to hand over all of the material that they collected during the investigative genetic genealogy. So although I have gone through all of that before, we will go through it again in this live stream. So the defense are claiming that the grand jury wasn't done properly. I mean, they are reaching with this argument. So they're complaining about the procedure. There's a Twitter feed from court. I know, Mike, I've got it up. We are following it. We are following it already. And I'm going through the documents, but then every few minutes I'll check back on the court feed. So, judge is concerned about opinions of constitutional law and procedures of discovery. Judge says Ann Taylor is capable of making those cases, but says that their expertise on genetic genealogy has merit. Says it will be wise for him to allow it on the record. So that's a bit vague. Don't really know what that means. Bryan Kohberger enters the courtroom, dead man walking. I do love these memes that come out. So Court TV is saying that it's a grey suit. We've now got two people voting that the suit is grey, one saying it was blue. Hey, geez. And a slight smile. Now, a previous reporter said that he was expressionless. Well, less smile and more upturn of his lips, awkwardly, like the beginning of an awkward brief smile. You gotta love Court TV. Oh, dear. So there's not much coming out as of yet on the old live stream Twitter feed. Kohberger's defense team trying to have their cake and eat it too. Okay. So nothing more at the moment on that. Not very much going on there. So we'll go back to this. So the jury selection for the grand jury. Did he trim his eyebrows again? Oh, I don't know. There might be a debate on that as well. Yeah, why turn your phone off when you're going for a drive? At the very time that a quadruple murder happened, and then you turn it back on after. Go shopping at 3 a.m. A lot of people do that. Exactly, Carrie. Why go for a drive in the exact same area where 4 murders took place and then go back at 9 a.m. the next morning? Exactly. Here an ice cream van. Yeah, the ice cream van comes round about this time. You vote someone is blue-green colorblind. Yeah, possibly. I know, Shay. Concerned with all the people believing these ridiculous conspiracy theories. I know. And their videos get thousands and thousands of views. And then people trying to report the facts get ignored. So they're complaining about the jury selection. So the Uniform Jury Selection and Service Act is concerned with the procedural mechanisms put in place by the court in selecting grand juries and trial juries. Specifically, the purpose of the act is to ensure that all persons selected for jury service be selected at random from a fair cross-section of the population. Okay, so we know that that's all in statute. But the defense is claiming that the prosecution did this wrong. So the act does not address, nor does it provide a remedy for, individual jury bias or statements made by the court during the jury selection process. Thus, to the extent the defendant's concerns are based on such allegations, see Affidavit of Ann Taylor, such issues fall outside the scope of the Act and cannot form a basis for the stay the defence seeks. So one of the things that the defence are claiming, because this is a state's response, is that the grand jury was biased. That's what they're claiming. The defendant asserts that the court-issued questionnaires, so these are court-issued questionnaires, right? This is how petty they're becoming, because they literally have no defense, even though there's 10 Idaho taxpayers. Idaho taxpayers are paying for 10 lawyers to support Bryan Kohberger. Defendant asserts that the court-issued questionnaires constitute a failure of mechanism in drawing a grand jury pool. In support of this argument, defendant asserts that some of the questionnaires did not include certain numerical information on the top of the page. I can't believe they're reaching. They're reaching all the way to the moon. It sounds like I think he's guilty. I do think he's guilty. I mean, obviously, everyone's innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. But my personal opinion, just based on the information that we got from the PCA, and remember, the PCA is only a fraction of the evidence that they have against him, and it's only written to the point of his arrest. So all the investigations that were done after his arrest are not included in the PCA. Jean, thank you for the €10. Thank you, thank you. Oh, we were allowed to love super chats now. Oh, that's new. That's a new feature. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so these court-issued questionnaires lacked certain numerical information on the top of the page. Therefore, the entire indictment should be thrown out. This is the argument they're making. The information referenced by the defendant is not required by the Act. Further, this information is not even included in the model form promulgated by the Idaho Supreme Court. I mean, this is just ridiculous. Through Ms. Taylor's affidavit, defendant argues that Idaho Code, so that the defense team are not just saying that the indictment should be thrown out, but they're basically questioning the entire Idaho statute books, it seems. So this Idaho code states that individuals must be randomly drawn from a county jury list, and that the jury commissioner shall draw a requisite number of qualified juries from one or more panels or for the grand jury. Thus, the defence asserts the panel was improperly brought in as a grand jury. Later, the defence again points out that the language of the statute uses the word or between jury panels and the grand jury panel. So they're arguing about one word, or. This is a misreading of the plain language of the statute. Unbelievable. Idaho code, this code. Plainly, the word or appears because the requisite number of jurors for a misdemeanor, felony, or a civil trial number is not always the same as the requisite number for a grand jury. Nothing in the Act requires the courts maintain separate lists for grand juries or trial juries. The court should decline to entertain this misreading of the Act. Jamie, it's a good job you didn't burn the Birmingham 6 at the stake, isn't it? It's a very good job I didn't do that. It's a very good job I didn't do that. We've got to put that fire out, Jamie. You're becoming a troll now, Jamie. Because we're not talking about burning anyone at the stake in this particular live stream. In this particular live stream, if Bryan is found guilty, and I believe he will be, but that's just my opinion, he could face a firing squad because that is now on the Idaho books. So bring on the guns, I say. Bring on the guns. Let's check out what's going on in the courtroom before we talk more about this ridiculous nonsense. Defense in Bryan Kohberger's case. Oh, my word. Oh, they're bringing in witnesses. Oh, I think this is going to be an all-day job. I don't think we are going to actually be able to sit here until the hearing finishes and then watch it live. Well, watch it because it's probably going to be my night time by the time this thing even finishes. Okay. Defense will call 4 witnesses today on investigative genetic genealogy. State objected to 3 of them, but Judge will allow all to testify in argument for release of genetic genealogy DNA evidence. Brief pause here while witnesses are escorted out, but first one. Show more replies. I'm glad Judge is very fair. Well, he's a judge. He's got to be fair. Judge asks prosecution to reach back out to the lab and make sure. All right, so this is something that the prosecution have got to do. Judge asks prosecution to reach back out to the lab and make sure there is no other existing documents and results that the defense does not have. Defense is adamant that the prosecution has given everything they have and calls the pleas for more information speculation. See, this is something else that they've been doing the whole time. What the defense has been doing, they've been saying that they've not got this piece of discovery and this piece of discovery, and the prosecution write back and say, yes, you have got that. Or they say, well, we're still waiting for that piece of information, so you're going to have to wait along with us. Dear me. All right. So, if you are trying to follow updates, blah, blah, blah. Is that from today? Court is about to convene. So, is that from today? It must be the same suit he was wearing last time, because I do remember seeing that suit before. So, are we saying that's blue or are we saying that's grey? I would say that's dark grey. Myself. if that's from today. Okay, so clarification on the defence's motion to compel. Defense does not have the lab results of the other 3 unidentified male DNA samples, 2 from within the house and 1 from outside the house. That is what they want. Prosecution says they have provided everything they have. Thank you, Tracy, for the $10. Beyond ridiculous. It is. It is beyond ridiculous. I'm going to love your super chat. Thank you so much. It is. It's beyond ridiculous. Now, they don't need to provide these other 3 identified male DNA samples. Why do they not need to provide them? I mean, they could provide them if they wanted to, but they're not the DNA that's on the knife sheath. There's going to be unidentified DNA in the house because these people were students. They had friends over. They had parties. Mo, thank you for the $2.99 super sticker. It's not giving me an option to love that super sticker. I must only be able to love super chats and not super stickers. Oh, but thank you anyway. Carla is the main reason I don't join dating sites. Well, yeah, there is that. A charcoal suit, says Jean. Yeah, 10 lawyers is a very vigorous defense. The red live dot isn't on your channel. Well, I am live, aren't I? I am live, so I don't know. Exactly, Twisted. Students always leaving DNA around the place. They are going after technicalities, Hasbro. They are. Exactly. Once they swabbed him and it matched the sheath DNA, investigative genetic genealogy goes away. It works to identify him. Thank you. At least one person understands it. All investigative genealogy is a tip. We've been through this at length. I'm going to go through it again, though. Thank you, Amanda, for the £10. Oh, I can love that one because it's a super chat. Could we not put Bryan and Lucy Letby in a room together and let them rot? That would be a great idea. Yeah, just let them rot. Starve them to death. I think any stripy prison suit would look good on Bryan. I agree. Totally agree. Yeah, I think the juries are a lot more discerning about evidence than some of the ridiculous conspiracy theorists on social media. Irene, 10 lawyers and the only defense Bryan has is that he was driving around. Yeah. So the unidentified male DNA samples, who cares? Who cares? Because that's not the DNA that was on the knife sheath that was found right next to Maddie's body. Dear me. Dear me. Thank you, Ashley, for the $20. Thank you so much. I can love that one. Michelle's a baller. Thank you. Oh dear. All right, so that's where we're at so far with the defense. Oh, we've got another one. Oh, that's just Court TV telling us that we've got some housekeeping matters. Even is on the way. Blah blah blah. Right, we're up to date. We're up to date, so we can go back to this. So the technicalities of the grand jury. All right. So, as to the remainder of the defendant's allegations, he has not alleged a substantial failure to comply with the act. He's not, because the grand jury, right, is not concerned with the defense's petty squabbles about, well, these pages weren't numbered. These pages weren't numbered. Even if defendant can factually establish the violation occurred, defendant has not met his burden of demonstrating a substantial failure to comply. Instead, defendant asked the court to enter a stay in this case by raising allegations of technical violations without ever explaining how any reach the substantial standard set forth in the statute, apparently inviting a court to apply a strict liability standard, but the Act does not sweep so broadly. Only a substantial failure to comply can trigger a stay. Oh, dear. So the defense must allege a substantial violation occurred. Setting aside the claims of juror bias and missing numerical information on the questionnaire, forms that fall wholly outside the scope of the Act. The court has before it 3 issues related to the questionnaires. First, that one of the this one is insane. One of the grand jurors marked a box indicating that they do not comprehend English. Second, that one of the grand jurors disclosed that they were a prior criminal defendant. Okay, that could be an issue. And third, that one of the grand jurors did not mark whether they were a prior criminal defendant and did not sign and affirm the truth of responses. All right, so they didn't sign the form. Okay. The court should dismiss out of hand the arguments related to prior criminal history because being a prior criminal defendant does not preclude someone from sitting on a grand jury. Now, in the UK, there are certain crimes that stop you from sitting on juries, at least for a period of time. I don't really know the law. But instead, only those with a felony criminal conviction are disqualified from serving on a grand jury. Thus, this allegation falls outside the scope of the Act altogether. Crystallized Ice gifted 5 memberships. Let's see who got them. Vicky, Sybil, Amanda, Sharp Like Tack, and who else? Nope, it's me, Laurie. So you guys, welcome to 1 month's membership courtesy of Crystallized Ice. Welcome, everyone, and thank you, Crystallized Ice. It's very kind of you. Oh, dear. The final 2 allegations concern the duty of court's follow-up when a juror is not qualified to serve or when a questionnaire is not fully completed. Okay. Defendant alleges that one of the grand jurors submitted an incomplete questionnaire and suggests this somehow violates the Act. But the submission of an incomplete form is not a violation of the Act. In fact, the Act contemplates that incomplete forms will be submitted, in which case the statute requires only that the jury commissioner again send the form with instruction to the prospective juror to make the necessary addition, clarification, or correction. Notably, the statute requires no additional follow-up after the jury commissioner simply sends out the form a second time. That means there are 2 problems with defendant's incomplete form theory. I mean, this is just ridiculous. As to the allegation that a grand juror checked a box indicating that he or she did not comprehend the English language, it is entirely accurate that an individual who actually cannot comprehend the English language is not qualified to sit on a grand jury. However, Insta Justice, True Crime and Trials, member for 2 months. Thank you so much for your continued support. You don't understand what all this means. They're basically quibbling and quabbling about the forms, the questionnaires that the grand jurors are given, that 3 of them have not been completed properly, or 2 of them have not been completed properly because one didn't sign it and the other one said that they didn't understand the English language, so they ticked the wrong box, as it says here. That this grand juror was presumably able to otherwise complete the questionnaire written entirely in English and to participate in the grand jury proceedings demonstrates that the individual merely checked the wrong box of a lengthy form. More importantly, however, the defence does not even allege that the administrative district court judge or designee failed to follow up to this particular question, blah, 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 blah. I mean, it's ridiculous. Yes, the pages weren't numbered, that one person ticked the wrong box, one person didn't sign the form, one person stated that they had a prior criminal conviction. Now, according to Idaho statute, as we've just seen, it doesn't matter as long as that's not a felony. I mean, this is just ridiculous. So they want a stay in the proceedings and they want the grand jury indictment thrown out completely because people failed to tick the correct box on the jury form. Unbelievable. Is this how petty they are being? Yes, it is. This is exactly how petty they're being. Unbelievable. Let's see what's going on in the courtroom. And then we'll get into the investigative genetic genealogy. Okay, we'll go down a bit because it's easier to see and then read up. Okay, so we've read those. All right. So Mercer, whoever he is, says he's not here to discuss Idaho's discovery rules or offer legal opinions, but rather focus on his expertise in forensic DNA interpretation. Who must comply with their duty to investigate? Mercer says forensic evidence is often central to a case. Of course it is. Mercer says it's essential for the attorneys to know about the details of the testing and investigation of DNA evidence. There are pre-trial concerns involving suppression and Fourth Amendment issues. There has to be factual investigation of the conduct law enforcement took during forensic analysis. Was it fast and loose? Was there searching of databanks that violate the terms and conditions of the databanks? Attorneys must know these things ahead of the trial. Okay. I agree. Oh, okay. So Stephen Mercer is the first witness. All right. Judge asked prosecution to reach back out to the lab to make sure we've read that. Okay, so we've read all that. All right, and that's it. So they're currently discussing the DNA. So let's talk about the DNA, shall we? Let's talk about the DNA. All right. Let's look at this one. Oh, this is 71 pages. 71 pages. I'm not going to read 71 pages. This is objection to defendant's motion to dismiss indictment on grounds of grand jury error. So this is just another response, because something else that we talked about in a previous video is that they want the grand jury indictment quashed because they believe that the that grand juries should have the same standard of beyond a reasonable doubt that trial juries do. Go find me. Thank you for the $10 super sticker. I can't love it though. YouTube is not giving me the option to love it. But I love it nonetheless. Thank you so much. The 71 pages. Michelle, rename this as an ASMR video. Go find me a member for 8 months. Thank you. Thank you. Broken Goth doll. You're completely obsessed with Fred's mullet. Yeah, one thing that we've previously discussed is the defense claiming that the grand jury should have followed the standard of beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, of course, we all know that a grand jury doesn't live up to that standard because it's not a trial jury. So again, they're not complaining about what the prosecution did wrong in the grand jury for Bryan Kohberger. They're arguing against the complete understanding of Idaho statute in relation to what is meant by beyond a reasonable doubt versus probable cause. Because the grand jury is not a trial jury. All the grand jury does is the same as what a preliminary hearing would do. So reading between the lines of these 71 pages, what we can say is that the defense want a preliminary hearing. They want this grand jury thrown out because a preliminary hearing would allow them to see more of the evidence, and importantly, would allow them to see how the prosecution is going to interpret that evidence. With a grand jury, they don't get that option. But like a preliminary hearing, a grand jury only has to prove probable cause. That's what a grand jury is. But the defense somehow, in bringing up, I did a video all about this, they brought up cases from the 19th century and basically did a history lesson about the development of the grand juries in Idaho. I mean, it's just so ridiculous. Now, this 71 pages, which I'm not going to read them word for word. I'm going to pick some points out, though. Tells us that the grand jury is only required the standard of probable cause. They don't have to prove a case beyond a reasonable doubt. Why? Because it's not a trial. It's not a trial. Only a trial jury has to be convinced beyond a reasonable doubt. Mandy, member for 9 months. Fred Mullet was a pan cut in today's videos. Oh, dear. Oh. So they go through all of these different cases. But ultimately, no, the defense is wrong. They're reaching. They're reaching. I mean, they've done slightly more work on building this case than they have saying that, oh, this juror here didn't sign their form. This is slightly more of an in-depth discussion, but still, it's ridiculous. So here, even if this court were writing on a clean legal slate, the statute relied on by defendant sets the standard of proof for a grand jury at probable cause. Because if Judge agrees with the defense in this hearing, this is why I believe he won't agree with the defense in this hearing, every single case that has gone through an Idaho court that has been brought to trial via a grand jury indictment would have to be thrown out. This would set a legal precedent that in Idaho, a grand jury has got to set the standard at beyond a reasonable doubt, not at probable cause, which would mean that every single case in Idaho would have to be looked at again if a conviction was sought after a grand jury indictment. There is no way in the world that a judge is going to agree to this ridiculousness. Absolutely no way. I will eat all of my hats if the if the judge says that yes, this grand jury is in error because they set the standard at probable cause, like every other grand jury in the entire United States has ever done, not at beyond a reasonable doubt. Honestly, where they've dug all this stuff up from, I have no idea. The plain language of the statute states, the grand jury ought to find an indictment when all the evidence before them taken together is unexplained and uncontradicted would, in their judgment, warrant a conviction by jury trial. So it's not saying that they have to set the standard, the same standards of a jury trial. It's that if this evidence that they've seen went to court, in their opinion, it would be enough to convict. Hence, probable cause, not doing a trial jury's job for them because they're not a trial jury. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. To the extent this code sets a standard of proof, the phrases in their judgment and warrant a conviction by a trial jury indicates the standard of proof is much different than the defendant opines, i.e. the defendant believes it should have been set at beyond a reasonable doubt. There's no grand jury ever that has set a standard at beyond a reasonable doubt. It's the defense trying to play with words and reach all the way to, I don't know, the next galaxy. They're reaching so high. Reach that high, you're going to topple off your pedestal and you're going to really come unstuck, because they wouldn't have to argue such ridiculous technicalities if they had a good case. They wouldn't be wanting to stay in the proceedings and throwing out of the indictment if they thought they had a decent case. Unbelievable. I don't know whether I want to talk about the DNA, because I've talked about this before and it's just so stupid. The judge is surely going to throw this out. I will eat all of my hats live. I'm allowed to have sauce with it. If the judge says, yes, these technicalities mean that the grand jury indictment has to be quashed, and therefore you've either got to do the grand jury indictment again or you've got to have a preliminary hearing. He's not going to do it, I promise you. He's not going to do it. I want the DNA stuff. I want to talk about the DNA. I'll talk about the DNA. Okay. Okay, we've got another document here. Oh, that's all right. That's another indictment that they're using to, I don't know. Oh, that's why it's so long, because they've got all this stuff here as evidence. I get you. I get you. All right, we'll go to the conclusion of Bryan's doc here. I should have done law. I'd have been very mean. All right, let's read the conclusion if there is one. Why do we not have a conclusion section? We'll read it from here. And then we're definitely going to talk about the DNA. So let's have a look what's going on in the courtroom before we do that. Interesting. Amanda Gibb likes Judge. Defense in Bryan Kohberger's case will call for, oh, we know that. Okay. Attorney Stephen Mercer of Maryland is now 30 minutes into his witness testimony for Bryan Kohberger about DNA genetic genealogy expertise, explaining why discovery of such material is critical to testing legitimacy of results from family tree profile development. Okay. So the judges ruled in favor of the defense today. Calling their own witness to say they need discovery on the genetic genealogy. Mercer says it's nearly impossible for the defense to know what type of witness to call on their client's behalf for a trial if they don't obtain all the discovery of the scientific testing of DNA evidence samples. It's absolutely crucial to that discovery. Is there something with Bryan Kohberger's DNA the defense doesn't want the world to know? What? You guess the investigative genetic genealogy will be let in? Yes, it will. Of course it will. Because all it is... Right. We'll come back to... Oh. This tactic reminds me of Bryan Kohberger's early comment, are they looking for anyone else? So they're trying to muddy the waters as early as possible. Exactly. Our three unknowns, a fable they want to spin. The three unknown male pieces of DNA found in the house are not worthy of testing. They haven't tested them. Why have they not tested them? Because that's not the DNA on the knife sheath. They don't need to provide that information. They don't need to say who those people were because they're just partygoers at the house. The DNA is not on the knife sheath. Whose DNA is on the knife sheath? Oh, that's Bryan Kohberger's DNA. Exactly, Hasbro. Exactly. If there was any mistakes in analysing the sheath DNA, it wouldn't match his cheek swab. Absolutely. Absolutely. Unbelievable. All right. Let's just read this bit about the grand juries and then we'll put this to bed because it's ridiculous. Because I want to talk about the DNA. DNA is my wheelhouse. I love DNA. I used to read genetic books at the age of 10 about dog genetics. All right. Defendant's motion should be denied as it rests entirely on an erroneous legal theory. No shit, Sherlock. But has other problems as well. As defendant acknowledges, the statutes governing grand jury proceedings do not allow for a challenge to the instruction given to the jury. So they don't allow the instructions given to the jury to waver. You can't just decide what instructions you give. It's in statute. And grand juries, the statute on grand juries is that the standard is probable cause, not beyond a reasonable doubt, because it's not a trial. It's just determining whether there's enough evidence to take it to trial. My word. The statute that sets out the grounds on which a defendant can seek to set aside, blah, 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 does not mention instructions to the grand jury. Defendant claims that Idaho Supreme Court has adopted the theory that a defendant can challenge the grand jury instructions, but he cites for this rule a passage in Jasper, whoever that is, blah, blah, blah. It seems that the state that dicta for the dicta for the goose is dicta for the gander. But assuming that Idaho Supreme Court did what defendant claims in Gasper, the court merely allowed the defendant the opportunity to make a showing of prejudice. The defendant cannot do. In fact, he fails even to allege that the grand jury would not have indicted him on a beyond a reasonable doubt standard. So they've not even said if the grand jury adopted the beyond a reasonable doubt standard that they would have thrown it out. They've not even argued that. They've not. Instead, defendant tries to short-circuit his need to show prejudice by claiming where a jury has been misled as to the standard to the defendant's determinate court finds fundamental error because the error goes to the foundation of the case and takes away an essential right. Defendant fails to point out, however, that every case he cites is referring to the trial jury being improperly instructed on beyond a reasonable doubt, not on a grand jury whose standard is set at probable cause. Unbelievable. Moreover, the defendant's suggestion that some errors in the grand jury process necessitate dismissal of the indictment without any inquiry into the potential prejudicial effect cannot be spared with Idaho Supreme Court precedent. Exactly. This can't be the precedent because it's not in conjunction to Idaho statute. They haven't done anything wrong. Finally, a defendant's explanation of what would happen were this court to set aside the indictment is misleading. He suggests this court could simply treat the indictment as presentment, but he cites no authority for the proposition that this court can do so. He then suggests that if the court decides to set aside the indictment, it would have to determine whether the matter be resubmitted to the grand jury. Yeah, what would happen? It just go to another grand jury. Obviously, the defense would argue that they want a preliminary hearing so that they can see more of the evidence. This court should deny the defendant's motion to dismiss the indictment because the standard of proof that applies to grand juries in Idaho, as in everywhere else, is probable cause. Please be respectful in chat. Is someone not being respectful in chat? Oh, you disappoint me. It is a bold move, Twisted. It is. Very bold move. Ridiculous. You read about dog DNA at age of 10. Did you have any friends? I did have friends. I had one friend who would talk genetics with me. My other friends didn't. So I used to read genetics books in my own time. There you go, Brenda. If she gets this guy off on a technicality and he kills someone else. Yeah, don't worry. Can we call her Karen? People who are actually called Karen don't like it. Let the trial jury decide. Thank you, CC. Thank you. Yes, let the jury decide. Let the jury decide. There's bossy people in chat. Oh. Never be ashamed of my nerdery. I'm not ashamed of my nerdery. Not at all. I'm trying to look for a disrespectful comment. I can't find one at the moment. But all that genetic study is why you're on here and we're all listening. Well, some people don't listen. Some people prefer the nonsense. They prefer the nonsense. Let's have a look what this one is. Okay. Okay. Let's read this. Oh, yeah, this is about DNA. Right, we're going to read that. Going to read that in a second. Let me just get rid of some of these tabs. I don't like it when I have too many tabs open. Let's see what's going on in the courts. Right here. Oops. Oh, JLR's online. Why isn't anyone tweeting out anything new during the Bryan Kohberger hearing? They are. They are. Here's one. Let's... Okay. The judge says this is a death penalty case, and if I deny a particular presentation from one or the other side, it's probably more wise for me to allow it, even if it might be on the edge of allowable. Defense: the state has not provided them with any other DNA profiles found. The three unidentified. They don't. Oh, dear God. State: we have given the defense everything we have from the lab right now. Judge orders the state to check back. So we've seen that. All right. First motion of the day, the defence's third motion to compel discovery, asking the court to order the state to submit discovery originally asked for on May the 3rd, 2023. All things related to DNA and genetic testing, including the profiles uploaded to DNA databases. All right. Okay. So there's more, though. So in the Mercer testimony, we learn. Infuriating and ridiculous. It is, Woodchipper. It is. I'd rather see these issues mitigated pre-trial, pre-conviction, and pre-appeal in a penalty case. Yeah. He does. Leoza, he needs to refresh. I mean, it is annoying. It is annoying reading these tweets as, you know, as the best we have, you know, and what's going on in court, because Twitter also is annoying because it doesn't put things in like chronological order. Like it's annoying. So you have to wade through it, really. So in the testimony of Mercer, who is the defense's first witness, the DNA sample on the knife sheath was tested twice, and defense should know about the details of this testing so they can challenge it if necessary. Okay, I agree. I agree. The minimum practice standard is that an attorney must obtain discovery of the scientific testing, particularly in a capital case regarding trace DNA. The problem is, what people are getting confused about is the differences between SNP testing. Don't worry, I'll explain what that is. SNP testing and STR testing. So yes, the DNA from the sample was tested twice. Once for a standard DNA profile, but first for the SNP testing of that is used in investigative genetic genealogy. So it was tested twice. The problem is, in previous cases, the prosecution have not had to give the defense the results of the investigative genetic genealogy. Why? Because that's just a tip. I've talked about it before. We're going to talk about it again because it's important. It's crucial to get that discovery because it informs the scope of testing and which experts to hire on the defense side. Without discovery of the testing, database searches are, well, blah, 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 blah. The attorney can't investigate it. Yeah, they can. Yeah, they can. They can do their own test. They can do their own test. Why don't they do their own test? Here's the thing, right? Why don't they do their own test? Why don't the defense do their own SNP testing? Because they've got a DNA expert on the crew now. Why don't they do their own investigative genetic genealogy and build their own family tree? Why don't they do that? Because they want to argue technicalities. Why do they want to argue technicalities? Because they've got no other case. Because if they did their own investigative genetic genealogy, who would they come up with? They'd come up with Bryan Kohberger. Why would they come up with Bryan Kohberger? Because it was Bryan Kohberger's DNA on the knife sheath. It just goes round and round and round and round. That's what happens. Where am I now? All right. Random. Oh, we've got a break now. During break in Idaho 4 hearing, Bryan Kohberger left the courtroom. Oh, stop the press. Bryan Kohberger has left the courtroom. Several members of the Gonzalez family here, one with a t-shirt promoting Idaho Firing Squad. Well done. Whichever member of the Gonzalez family wore that t-shirt, I salute you. I salute you. The police chief, James Fry's here as well. Court artist is here. State AG's arguing for state so far. So Attorney General. Absolutely. They don't need to, we're the people, because... Yeah, that's how I feel at the moment. That's how I feel. Exactly. Yeah. I hope Judge keeps in mind that he rules any major change to the genetic genealogy will be seismic change to cold cases and all future trials. It would leave a lot of killers go free and lock up some who would be freed if they use this DNA. Well, he's not going to do that. He's not going to do that. Yeah. All right. So the court have a break now. So while the court have a break, let's read through this little piece here. So this is only 5 pages. All right. So Bryan Kohberger, by and through his attorney of record, Ann C. Taylor. I agree with you, Ganny Goose. He's guilty, but I'm not sure the t-shirt is in good taste. No, I don't agree with that. I agree with your first bit. It's not in good. Maybe it's not in good taste. Maybe. T-shirt gate, yeah. Is he allowed to leave the courtroom? Well, he must be. He must be. In his grey stroke blue suit. Hanging around. I do like t-shirts that are not in good taste, honestly. So I don't know. I think it's funny. Emily, thank you for gifting one membership. Who got it? Brenda Redmond, welcome to a free month of Michelle After Dark memberships, courtesy of Emily Flotilla. Thank you so much, Emily. Ass in the UK isn't rude, just means stupid. Depends how it's said. If you said like kiss my ass and you said it in a kind of a stroppy way, that would be considered rude. It's not considered like a swear word. But if a little kid said it, if a little kid came up to you and said kiss my ass, you'd probably expect that that kid might get a telling off. They can leave with the bailiff and put in a holding room during a break or lunch. Yeah, fanny's kind of a rude word in the UK. Like, it's like the lady parts, a lady's private area. But yeah, it's a name. It's a very well used name in the past. Yeah. Anyway, let's read this. Okay. So, files the attached declaration of Gabriela Vargas in support of the defendant's third motion to compel. So, to compel, hand over the information about the investigative genetic genealogy. So, I, Gabriela Vargas, am an adult over the age of 18. I have personal knowledge of the facts set forth in this declaration. I bet she's one of Ann Taylor's mates. I have been engaged as an expert in the above entitled matter since August of 2023. Well, it's August now, so you've not been engaged for very long, have you? I mean, what date of August? We're the 18th of August now. When was this written? When was this written? Oh, dear me, there's no date on it. Oh, the 17th. Wow. You've not been engaged in it very long. My educational background is administration of justice and criminology. I have spent my professional career working for the California court system, law firms, insurance, and finance. Oh, so you're a really good DNA expert then, aren't you? I got my start in this field after receiving unexpected DNA results in the spring of 2018. What, did you find that your daddy, who you'd been brought up thinking was your daddy, wasn't your real daddy? What? Dear God. I am an investigative genealogy expert. Oh, I added the word expert. I am an investigative genetic genealogist specializing in Hispanic and African American ancestry, degraded DNA, and endogamy. Endogamy. What's endogamy? I founded DNA ID and I've run the business since the spring of 2020. All right, so she's got her own DNA firm. All right, cool. Prior to my own company, I spent several years doing investigative genetic genealogy for other companies such as DNA Door Project and Identifinders International. While working for those companies, I held the role of team leader, senior forensic genealogist, teacher, mentor, case auditor, intake specialist, and lab liaison. All right, we consider you an expert. We'll swear you in as an expert. All right, cool. I have taught IGG fundamentals, best research practices, and procedures, DNA data analysis, and trained incoming genealogists. I have contracted with the University of New Haven to provide a structured practicum for students. Cool. All right. So you work with students, collaborated with the Australian police. Right. You're an expert. Cool. Through extensive and skilled genealogy research and analysis, I have successfully provided law enforcers with over 50 crime-solving investigative leads. Interesting. What do they call cigarettes in England? Cigs? Fags? It depends. Cig or fag? Going for a fag. Going for a cig. Why? Why? Oh, got you, right. Oh, I see. Yeah, slang word for a cigarette in the UK, same as a homophobic slur. Yeah, you have to say it in context. If you say I'm going for a fag, it's kind of an unwritten statement that you're actually going for a cigarette and not making a homophobic slur. Yeah. Fans means something completely different over here. Fans. Why? Fan means a fanatic, somebody who really loves you. You know, you're in a fan club. Or it could mean the thing that keeps you cool in the summer. Ah, endogamy. Marrying within clan or inbreeding. All right, so this person's an expert on inbreeding. Okay, cool. Love hearing you say sod off. Sod off, Holly. All right. Okay. Don't you think that word's interesting? So this expert, we've already declared this person an expert. So this expert has used investigative genetic genealogy research in the same sentence as saying crime-solving investigative lead, because that is all IGG investigative. I can't even say it. IGG, investigative genetic genealogy. I'm going to say IGG from now on, right? So, yes, it's a lead. It's a tip. That's how it's used. This is why we have to understand why Bryan's DNA on the knife sheath was tested twice. This is why we have to understand this. And why the prosecution are actually not hiding anything from the defense. We have to understand this. An expert on inbreeding. All right. Work with law enforcement nationwide. Yeah, this technique has revolutionized cold case investigations and transformed the way violent crime suspects and skeletal remains are identified. Thank you. So this person is being brought in as a witness for the defense, and he's saying that investigative genetic genealogy, IGG, is in fact very good at identifying violent crime suspects. Hey. Absolutely. Such as Bryan Kohberger. The sole focus of traditional law enforcement databases like CODIS is to compare crime scene DNA against a genetic profile for those who are known offenders with prior convictions. This process only utilizes 20 genetic markers and therefore limits the power of DNA analysis. Right, this is why it's important to understand the difference between the type of testing that is used in investigative genetic genealogy, which is called SNP testing, and the traditional DNA testing, which is STR testing. That's why the DNA on the knife sheath was tested twice. We're getting there. And this is the defense's own expert. He's telling us exactly right. I've told you before, I've told you in a video before, I've gone through the difference between SNP testing and STR testing. But it's good that we've got this expert with her own company who is telling us, the defense is calling this expert, is telling us that this is different. It's a tip. Exactly. Thank you, Maxi Doodle. It's a tip. Yes. Arguing against it is like saying the camera that initially captured an image of the Elantra was a bad camera. Exactly. Exactly. Thank you. So, in traditional DNA testing, right, there's 20 genetic markers that have been traditionally used. So when they take a DNA sample from a crime scene and they match it with the crime database, which is called CODIS, and if you've had a previous run-in with the law and you've had your DNA tested, your DNA is going to be on file, right? So they get a DNA sample from the crime scene. The first thing they do is STR test it for 20 genetic markers. This is standard testing. It's been used for a long time. And these 20 genetic markers, what they're testing is repeats. It's basically part of the junk DNA that we all have. And because it's junk DNA, it tends to develop idiosyncrasies. It develops its own signature, right? And that's why it's very, very good using these particular genetic markers to tell one person's sample of DNA from another person's sample of DNA. So it's the same testing as you would test for let's say you didn't know if a kid was yours, and you went for a paternity test, right? And it tells you that it's this kid that you might be denying is yours is 5 octillion times more likely to be your child than anybody else's child on the entire planet. And the only time that there's going to be any confusion between a DNA sample collected compared to another DNA sample would be if you've got an identical twin. If you've got an identical twin, there might be minor differences, actually. It's not absolutely correct to say that identical twins share 100% of their DNA. They do from conception, but there's minor mutations that can occur along the way that can show up. But the chances are, if you've got an identical twin who's committed a violent crime and you get arrested for it, right, that's going to be a problem for the court, because it won't be a strong enough case to say this person definitely committed this crime, because it could be their identical twin. So the court has to determine which of the twins' DNA is at that crime scene. Bryan Kohberger's DNA, right, when he was cheek swabbed, when they arrested him and he was cheek swabbed, and this isn't in the PCA. Why is it not in the PCA? Because the probable cause affidavit is simply the arrest warrant. It's simply saying we have enough cause to arrest this person. Yeah, identical twins have different fingerprints. Yeah, there's enough of a difference in identical twins' fingerprints. Yeah, but if they've not left any fingerprints at the crime scene, if there's only like a little bit of DNA, let's say a drop of blood, and there's no fingerprints, then there is a legal issue. But that's the only time there'd be a question of a DNA sample not being the person's that the law thinks it is. So the PCA doesn't have this information because it's only the arrest warrant. It's up to the point of an arrest. But when they arrested Bryan, they cheek swabbed him. And this turns out that this was the second time that the DNA on the knife sheath was tested. That's the second test. The second test was done after Bryan was arrested. Why? Because they were then able, now they got their suspect, to do traditional DNA testing on the single tandem repeat test, STR, single tandem repeats. All right. And the result came back. If you read back in the court documents, if you watch back my videos, the chances, I'll do an update in a minute, Vicky. The chances of Bryan's DNA, based on the comparison between the DNA swabbed from Bryan's cheek and the DNA on the knife sheath, the chances of that being any other person was 5 octillion. 5 octillion of a chance that DNA on that knife sheath wasn't Bryan Kohberger. Do you know how many zeros an octillion has? 27. So there's only 8 billion people on the planet. So there's no other person on the planet based on traditional DNA testing that has been used for the entire CODIS system, that has been used for years. Right? There's no other person on the planet that could be using traditional DNA testing, comparing Bryan's cheek cells and the DNA on the knife sheath. There's no other person it can be other than Bryan Kohberger. Slam dunk, you're guilty. You did it. You're going to have to explain why the DNA was on the knife sheath that was found next to Maddie Morgan, who was brutally stabbed to death. Why is the knife sheath there with your DNA on it, Bryan? Why are you arguing technicalities? Why are you saying that your alibis, you went for a drive, a nice and leisurely drive in the countryside in the middle of the night when your phone happened to be turned off and then turned on again straight after the murders? You're saying this, Bryan, and expecting us to believe. Well, there's some people believing it. There's some people believing that Bryan was set up. There's some people believing that Bryan has a secret identical twin, or that the DNA testing that has been done for donkey's years is wrong, and is saying that the investigative genetic genealogy has broken the case, and that's therefore needs to be thrown out. Absolute, complete bullshit. Total bullshit. So, in a second, we're going to talk about investigative genetic genealogy, what it is, what SNP testing is, and why it's not relevant to this argument. Because that was the first test that was done. The second test confirmed that it was it has to be 5 octillion, which is 27 zeros, of a chance that, based on that second DNA test of the knife sheath, comparing using traditional DNA testing that no one objects to because it's been used for donkey's years. It's used in paternity tests throughout the world. It's used in law enforcement CODIS system, not just in the USA, but in my country and probably in your country as well. STR testing is very well known. They're not arguing that the STR testing was done wrong. They're not arguing that. Why are they not arguing that? Because it wasn't done wrong. What they're trying to do is they're trying to pull the wool over everyone's eyes, including the judge, and saying we've got to throw out this DNA evidence because it was acquired, or the whole case was acquired through IGG. What they're ignoring, what they're trying to pull the wool over your eyes about, and everybody who's believing this defense team has had the wool pulled over their eyes. If you believe that this defense is on the right lines, you've had the wool pulled over your eyes. What you haven't understood is that that second test of that DNA was standard STR testing that is used throughout the entire world, right? And that came back 5 octillion chance. 5 octillion. An octillion has got 27 zeros. It's 5 octillionths of a chance that DNA on the knife sheath wasn't Bryan Kohberger's. What are the chances of that being Bryan Kohberger's? I would say that's as close to 100% as you can absolutely get. The reason why they never say, in a paternity test, they never say 100% is because the test itself allows a margin for error. So when you get a number as high as 5 octillion, I think you can absolutely bet your house, you can bet your life that DNA comparison of the cheek swab of Bryan Kohberger and the DNA on the knife sheath was Bryan. You can bet your house, you can bet your life, you can bet your children's lives on it, that is Bryan's DNA. They're trying to pull the wool over your eyes. They're trying to get the DNA evidence thrown out of court because it is so damning. So damning. All right, let's do an update on the court here. All right, so we're back. They're back. So 12:08 p.m. So they've been back 2 minutes now. Dr. Larkin receipts as witness. Bryan Kohberger's back. State says it will need to consult own experts on PowerPoint. What? They need an expert on PowerPoint? Can anybody use PowerPoint? Can you just nip to Idaho County Court and help them out on the PowerPoint? What? And cross-exam granted at later date by Judge. I'm really not understanding what Kevin Fixler's update is here. What? I could use PowerPoint as well. Yeah, we can all use PowerPoint. Let's all go to Idaho County Court. We can use PowerPoint. Dear me. All right. Is there any more updates? I don't think we've had any updates because they've had a break. They've been on a break. So we've not missed anything. There's Bryan in court. There he is. It is grey stroke blue suit. I think that's definitely grey. Honestly. There he is. Why can they not just stream this live? Saying it wasn't me isn't in his favour. It absolutely isn't, Dolly. Because it was him. It was him. Oh, dear. Another 10-minute break called by judge after state objects to PowerPoint presentation of genetic witness, which prosecution had yet to review. What? They're doing that now following 2 objections. Bryan Kohberger leaves the room. So there's been a delay, I think, regarding some objection to do with the PowerPoint. So maybe it's not that they didn't know how to use PowerPoint. There's a problem with something on the PowerPoint. There's the link. Oh, they're just talking about it. They're talking about it. We don't want to see them talking about it. What else is there? No, there's nothing. They've just been arguing, having breaks. All right, let's talk about investigative genetic genealogy. All right, so what we learned. Oh, actually, we'll finish reading this. We've nearly finished reading this, and then we'll talk about investigative genetic genealogy. All right, where were we up to? Where were we up to? We'll start here. Sole focus of the traditional law enforcement databases like CODIS is to compare crime scene DNA against the genetic profiles for those who are known offenders with prior convictions. This process only utilizes 20 genetic markers and therefore limits the power of DNA analysis, which can and does lead to cases going cold. Investigative genetic genealogy combines advanced DNA testing with traditional genealogical research in an effort to identify a previously unknown DNA contributor in a family tree. That's what was done in the first DNA test of Bryan's DNA. And yes, it was Bryan's DNA on the knife sheath. We know it was definitely Bryan's DNA because of the second test that was done that the defense are ignoring. The Department of Justice recommends that law enforcement seeks out investigative genetic genealogy services only after all other investigative methods have been exhausted. It's widely known within my industry that many agencies use this technique as first and only method. The IGG process starts when law enforcement agencies reach out to genealogists seeking collaboration on a case and then contract with the individual for services. Chain of custody is best maintained when the requesting agency sends the crime scene DNA sample to a private lab that is capable of genotyping or whole genome sequencing. Once the sample arrives at the lab, the genealogist usually takes lead on the case until the person of interest is identified. So it's only to identify a potential suspect. This DNA testing, the genealogy DNA testing, is only done to identify a potential suspect. It's treated in law as a tip. A genealogist gets the DNA that has been SNP tested, and I am going to explain what SNP testing is in a second, right? They get the DNA sample and they match it. They put it in a DNA database like GEDmatch, like 23andMe, Ancestry, those types of more well-known sites work in exactly the same way. But because those sites, they're private companies, they don't allow law enforcement to use their services. It's not done through 23andMe and Ancestry, although it's using the same system. So if you've done 23andMe or you've done Ancestry.com, I think those are the two most well-known companies. There are others. It's the same process, but they either use GEDmatch or Family Tree DNA because those two companies allow law enforcement to use their services. If a person who's inputted their DNA has allowed it. So it's just a tip. That's all. All it is getting a DNA match in a genetic database and then building a family tree is saying this is the most likely person of this family, right? It's identifying a potential suspect. It's not saying this is the guy. It's identifying a potential suspect. That's all. There's no difference between identifying a potential suspect using that method and identifying a potential suspect via an eyewitness account or a CCTV camera. Those are all leads. Genetic genealogy is just another lead. It's not saying this guy definitely did it. You need a confirmation of that test to say this guy did it. And that's why there was the second test. It was a confirmation test. When they had Bryan's physical body in front of them and they were able to cheek swab him, they were then able to move away from IGG and do traditional DNA testing, which confirmed that Bryan Kohberger's DNA is on the knife sheath. I don't know why this is difficult for people to understand, but it's because the defense is trying to pull the wool over everyone's eyes. So, chain of custody is best maintained when the requesting agency sends the crime scene DNA sample to a private lab that is capable of genotyping the whole genome sequencing. Once the sample arrives at the lab, the genealogist usually takes lead on the case until the person of interest is identified. The lab creates a genetic profile of the unknown DNA contributor. So, in this case, it was the DNA from the knife sheath. At the time when IGG was done, they didn't know whose DNA it belonged to. and a raw data file containing hundreds of thousands of genetic markers is generated and sent to the genealogist. This file is then uploaded to the public direct-to-consumer DNA database GEDmatch and Family Tree DNA, where autosomal comparisons are made between the subject and thousands of individuals who have voluntarily contributed their DNA profile to the database and opted in to law enforcement matching. A list of matches who are biologically related to the subject is displayed with some basic identifying information and the amount of DNA shared between the individuals. Tools within the database allow for further analysis of the DNA data and the ability to predict the most likely relationship. So it's the most likely relationship. It's a tip, that is all. The genealogist is telling law enforcement, this is your most likely match. This is the person who this DNA most likely belongs to. It's a tip. That is all. It needs confirmation, which was done via the second test when Bryan was cheek swabbed. It was confirmed to be his DNA. So the IgG argument, you don't need to have it. All the IgG did was lead them to the potential suspect. That is all. These trees are analysed by the genealogist for common ancestors, surnames, locations, and any other significant clues that provide insight into identifying the person of interest. Throughout the process, other tools can be used to further analyse Y-DNA, so the Y chromosomal DNA, and mitochondrial DNA, ethnicity, one-to-one, multiple kit comparisons, triangulation of chromosome segments. So there's various other things they can do. They probably didn't need to go that far. Actually, they probably did Y-DNA testing because they had his dad's DNA. These database tools have known loopholes that allow a genealogist to see matches that have explicitly... Now, this is what they're going to argue. This is what they're going to argue. These DNA tools have known loopholes that allow a genealogist to see matches that have explicitly declined to participate in law enforcement matching. So what they're going to try and say is... the IgG wasn't done properly because you might have gone through a loophole. Just like the argument might be made that one person on the grand jury form didn't sign their form. Like the argument they made about one grand juror ticking the wrong box on the form. They're going to try and argue a loophole and get the IgG kicked out. Well, if they get the IgG kicked out, it doesn't matter because all that was a tip. All they're doing is kicking out one tip. That's all they're doing. They're kicking out one tip because the confirmation DNA test is done with Bryan Kohberger's cheek swab, and that was 5 octillion times more likely to be Bryan Kohberger than anybody else on the planet. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if by some twist of fate, the genealogist found a loophole and somebody on that DNA family tree had not consented to their DNA being used in a law enforcement investigation. It doesn't matter because all that was a tip. Exactly, crystallized ice. You just can't right now. I know. This is not a glitch in the programming causing this incident or this accident. It's a standard feature within the tools that essentially tricks the system into displaying all matches as opposed to only those who have consented to law enforcement matching. So this is a problem that GEDmatch need to sort out or Family Tree DNA need to sort out. That's a technical problem that they need to sort out. If that indeed is the case, if that loophole exists in those databases, that needs to be sorted out with those particular companies. What it doesn't do is throw out Bryan Kohberger's entire case. This is what the defense are angling towards. We can see it coming. This is what they're angling towards by saying, oh, look, we found this loophole, just like we found a grand juror who didn't sign their form. It's the same thing. It is past ridiculous. Exactly. It's past ridiculous. They're going to say we want the entire case thrown out because there's this potential loophole. They're probably not even going to be able to prove that that loophole was used in Bryan's case. They're saying that potentially there's a loophole. Doesn't matter because all this was a tip. They can't throw out an entire case even if they throw out one tip because they've already confirmed that the DNA was his. They've confirmed Bryan Kohberger was the guy who left his DNA on the knife sheath that was next to Maddie Morgan, who was been stabbed to death by Bryan Kohberger, because his DNA was on the knife sheath. Doesn't matter if there's other DNA in the house, because there was only one single male DNA sample on that knife sheath. There was no other DNA on that knife sheath except Bryan Kohberger's. So it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant if a loophole was found by the genealogist. It's irrelevant if one grand juror didn't sign their form. It's irrelevant because that confirmation DNA test using standard DNA testing methods proved beyond a reasonable doubt. I think you will agree with me that 5 octillion, which has got 27 zeros, is beyond a reasonable doubt that that DNA on that knife sheath that was next to Maddie Morgan is Bryan Kohberger's. That the driving around alibi, yes, we can actually confirm the driving around alibi, because his car was driving around all over the place. It just so happened that he parked his car near 1122 King Road and went and committed a quadruple murder. Turned his phone off just before he did it, turned his phone back on after, when he was going all round a jolly route back to Pullman via the Snake River. Why did he go all the way down south to the Snake River area? And then he went there again the day after. The following afternoon, people have forgotten this, but I haven't. The following afternoon, Bryan was seen on CCTV way far south, next to the Snake River. Why was he at the Snake River? I would argue is he went all the way out of his way the following afternoon to get rid of more evidence. That's my opinion. To throw the knife away, possibly, yeah. To throw evidence away. So we've got Bryan's car driving about. Now, of course, you can say this is all circumstantial. Bryan's car driving about. His phone tracks the car's movements, turns his phone off before the murders. Seen on the CCTV at the Queen Road apartments, going backwards and forwards, just before the time of the murders. And then his phone comes back on after he's left Moscow. He goes for a merry drive about. His phone's tracked all the way down south towards the Snake River, back up north to Pullman. And then the following morning, he's caught on CCTV and his phone pings again in Moscow around 9 a.m. The following afternoon, so the afternoon of the 13th, he's back down south near the Snake River again, going for another drive. So he went for another drive, this time in the day. Oh, dear. This guy is so dead. He's a dead man walking. You might as well just line up the firing squad now, because this guy is so guilty, in my opinion. Databases for law enforcement require a fee to be paid in order to upload the genetic profile. This is not the same for consumers who are not charged. Many in the field have been known to upload to these sites as a regular consumer to avoid paying the associated fees. So is this person implying that law enforcement might have been a bit cheap? Is this what they're really arguing? That law enforcement have been a bit cheap and uploaded Bryan's DNA as a regular customer? Come on now. In addition, some databases restrict law enforcement uploading cases. However, that's not prevented it from happening. I'm aware law enforcement has obtained results in ways... I am aware that law enforcement have obtained results in ways prohibited by the terms of use and prohibited by their own policies. But are you saying that because that has happened in the past, that it's happened in this case? You're not, are you? Because you can't know that. Gabriela Vargas, even though you're an expert on IGG, you cannot say that that happened in Bryan's case. All you can say is that in the past, loopholes have been used. And in the past, law enforcement have been a bit cheap and have uploaded DNA as a regular customer who doesn't have to pay to upload their DNA to GEDmatch. coffee stain on the questionnaire. Bryan is innocent. Absolutely. Absolutely. Can you share your screen, please? Yes, I can. Sorry. Just read that bit. That bit there. So we've finished that argument now, or that document now. So that was uploaded yesterday. Dear me. Deary me. All right, what's going on in the world of Twitter? Oh, we've got Bryan Kohberger entering the court this morning. A little smile as he sees Ann Taylor. Seems very comfortable and relaxed. Oh, bless him. There he is. A slight smile. I'd hardly call that a smile. That woman there, who's she? That dark-haired woman, who's she? She comes in proper smug. Watch her. She did it last time at the last hearing. There he is. Little smile. Look at him and he's there. She has this smug look on her face. Maybe that's just her resting bitch face. I don't know. She like flounces in. Oh, he seems very relaxed with his best friend, Ann Taylor, who he thinks he's going to get him off. She's not going to get him off. It's more of a smirk, really. Yeah, it makes you sick. It does me too, Courtney. Makes you sick, doesn't it? All right, there's Bryan in court. Having committed a quadruple murder. We're showing you today's Bryan Kohberger hearing on Law and Crime Network. Now, find where to watch. We're showing it now. What, has it been released? State prosecutors look like a bunch of ill-prepared jerk-offs in today's... Will we be hearing more regarding Kohberger's alibi today? No, because he doesn't have one. He doesn't have one. That's why we're not hearing about it. The defense seems to be taking full advantage of the evidence being sealed and the fact most people don't understand how DNA works along with the law. Yes, but I do. But I do understand DNA. I've been reading genetic books since I was 10. I understand DNA. I understand how it works. I understand how it works within the law as well. The presentation shows how genetic genealogy works. Larkin explains the 3 different types of DNA, now explaining how the DNA sampling works. She's explaining the process of genetic DNA testing companies who take the DNA and tell you your ethnic and genetic background. That's exactly what I'm going to show you, and I'm going to show you using an example from my own genes. All right. Take it for what it's worth. Bryan Kohberger appears relaxed, eyes up, focused on witness testimony, and occasionally Ann Taylor as she asks questions, and prosecutor when they object. He briefly smirked as witness joked about spelling scientific terms. Ugh. There's that smirk. There's that smirk again. He's got a very punchable face. So does she. She has a more punchable face than even Bryan her. She's probably a very nice lady, but she's got a punchable face. All right. I'm going to log in to 23andMe. I'll share my screen in a minute. I'm just logging in, because I don't want to share my password with you. Oh, it's signed in as Kyle. Hold on. It's logging in. Okay. This is my profile on 23andMe. So, yes, I have. I've done Ancestry. I've done 23andMe. I've done about 4 different DNA tests just because I like doing them. Okay. So, Ancestry. All right. So, my ancestry composition. Now, remember that law enforcement isn't allowed to use 23andMe. I'm just using this as an example. They use GEDmatch and family tree DNA because they allow law enforcement to use their services. 23andMe don't. I wish they would. But you can. This is why I'm using my profile on 23andMe, because you can actually download your entire database somewhere along here. And in 23andMe, it allows you to browse your raw data. So I want to find where it tells us about SNP testing, because I can explain to you what SNP testing is. Let's do DNA basics. Here we go. Start tutorial. All right. We're going to do the educational tutorial. Because if you don't know anything about DNA, it is difficult to get your head round. And when you talk about standard DNA testing and SNP testing, the standard DNA testing, STR testing, which only tests for 20 genetic markers, that's the one that's been established for donkey's years. That's not the same type of DNA testing that is used in these genetic websites like 23andMe, like the ones that law enforcement uses. They have to have a more sophisticated type of test. And they're actually testing your entire genome. They don't get a full genome breakdown, but they test thousands of DNA markers. So rather than just 20 from junk DNA, they're testing DNA markers from your actual genes. And that way they're able to break down your ethnicity. They search for various health issues, like the 23andMe. They tell you that I mean, I'll come back to this in a second, but my health issues, I'll tell you my health issues here. This might be oversharing. And this is all based on SNP testing. And SNP testing is the one that genealogists use. So I've got a slightly increased risk of age-related macular degeneration, which is upsetting because my nan went blind through macular degeneration. My mother's got macular degeneration, so the chances of me probably getting it is probably quite high. Anyway, slight increased risk of celiac disease, whatever. Yeah, but all this is worked out. I'm also a carrier for MCAD deficiency, which is a bit scary. But anyway, all of this is worked out. So your health, your traits, your ancestry that 23andMe does, not sponsored, by the way, although 23andMe can sponsor me if they want. But thousands and thousands of genetic markers are tested here. All right, let's do DNA painting. So there's me. All right, so Southern Italy, that's my father. And then Northeast European, that's my mother. So the dark bands here is my father, that's my mother. So you've got 23 chromosomes, right? And SNP testing tests what SNP stands for, single nucleotide polymorphism. And there's thousands of these genetic markers across all of your chromosomes that are tested. right? So they took that knife sheath. We'll do the tutorial in a second. They took that DNA from that knife sheath and they submitted it to a site like Ancestry, GEDmatch, and Family Tree DNA. They're like 23andMe, and they got a profile. So like my profile here, this is my profile. So they got a profile for the DNA found on the knife sheath. And they submitted it just like I submitted my DNA through a cheek swab or spitting into a tube. You can use either. And they take the cells from your saliva and they test it along thousands of different markers along each of your chromosomes, and they get your whole genetic profile. And then that sits in a database, like mine sits in a database, and I can find. Am I going to do this because it's going to name people? I'm not going to show you that because it actually got people's names on it. I'm going to end up doxing people. So in this area here, it will bring up my genetic relatives. So hold on, just let me hide that a second. Is there a way I can show you this without doxing anybody? View all DNA relatives. Yeah, I can do it like this. So I'm not going to show you the second cousins that it's found, but it found two people who were genetically very closely related to me. I've done my heritage as well. So Carol is my daughter and Kyle is my son. They've done 23andMe. So their DNA sits in 23andMe database. So what 23andMe has found is these two closely related people. And based on the age of Carol and Kyle, they've deduced that Carol is probably my daughter because she shares 50% of my DNA, and that Kyle is my son because he shares 49.92% of my DNA. So let's click on Kyle because I know he won't mind. So this is Kyle's relationship with me. So this is what 23andMe suspects is, right? It's just suggesting that he's my son. Because anybody who shares 50% of your DNA, who's a generation kind of younger than you, is going to be your kid, isn't it? And because Kyle is a male, then he's my son. Right? So it's suspected that Kyle is my son. But that's just a tip. That's a tip. It's not saying 100% is my son. It's saying it's a predicted relationship. I can actually edit that and change it if I wanted. It's a sound inference twisted. It is. It is. And we can view DNA details there. So completely identical, none, because he's not my twin. He's not my twin. It's half identical. So he's half identical on all of these markers across my 23 chromosomes. And then there's some bits there where he's not identical, or he's there's not enough information, because there is a margin for error on all of these tests. All right. So let's imagine that my DNA here is the DNA on the knife sheath. Right. So instead of that saying you, it says DNA on knife sheath. And then they get they get these matches, and they have some suggestions. So then the genealogist uses traditional genealogy methods like censuses, birth records, death records, and they build a family tree, right? So my family tree, I could go back to Ancestry on this. So 23andMe doesn't allow you to build a family tree, but Ancestry.com does. So you use the traditional methods of genealogy, which are looking at records and stuff like that, which I've done for the Summer Wells case, but I've also done for my family. And let me just click on this just a second, because I don't want to dox any members of my family, by clicking on the Law family tree. All right. Okay, so okay. All right, I'll do this. So using traditional methods such as, I don't know, like knowledge, because I actually knew my granddad. That's my granddad. That's my nan. I knew those people. So we using traditional methods like family knowledge, and then as you get further and further and further back, then you use records like censuses, like birth records, death records, and you can get all the way back. All right, so we can go back, and I can go back on one line, this line. Is it this line? This line, I can go all the way back via Elizabeth Worthington, who lived between 1806 and 1875. I've got all the records all the way back to William the Conqueror. I am a direct descendant of William the Conqueror, the guy who beat the Anglo-Saxons in 1066. So that's just using genealogy records, censuses, parish records, all of that stuff. So when a genetic genealogist does this in relation to a potential crime, then it's exactly the same process as you might have done to work out your own ancestry, that you might have used on 23andMe to understand your ethnicity and to find your DNA relatives that you didn't know. So it's exactly the same process. So once they've actually, it's not that impressive, Emily. It's not that impressive. Probably if you've got a lot of your ancestors come from either England, Wales, or Scotland, the chances of you being related, a descendant of William the Conqueror, are really high. Apparently. You're off for a while, Broken Goffdal. All right, see you later. So when they built the family tree and a potential suspect called Bryan Kohberger was found, the genealogist then submitted that to law enforcement as a tip. All it is a tip. And they say this is a potential suspect based on the prediction that all of this genealogical research has given me. So then they can start digging into things like, well, can we confirm that by getting DNA from another member of his family? And that's why they rooted through Michael Kohberger's trash and found Michael Kohberger's DNA. and said, well, it's likely that Michael Kohberger is the father of Bryan Kohberger, the person whose DNA is on the knife sheath. They can also start looking into who owns a white Elantra that we see on surveillance. Oh, look, Bryan Kohberger, a student at the University of Washington, owns a white Elantra. All it is a tip to start them off. And then when they've actually arrested him, they can do a standard DNA test. And hey, presto, they've confirmed it. There you go. You thought a female could only get her female DNA ancestry like mitochondrial DNA. Yes, you're very wrong. You're very wrong. Autosomal DNA testing has been standard for quite a few years now. In the old days, they could only do mitochondrial testing because that was easy. But now the sophistication of the DNA companies is that they can now test the entire genome. Like on 23andMe, it gives you the option of browsing your raw data, so you can even search for particular genes on your gene, on your, like, give me a gene and I'll search it. You browse your raw data, download your raw data, and work on it yourself. All right, let's look at updates from the court now, and then we'll have a look at the DNA tutorial just to get it in your head, if you need to, that this is tonight on Vargas Reports, national correspondent joins. There doesn't seem to have been any updates since last I looked. Have they stopped for lunch or something? Or has it ended? Don't think it's ended. All right, let's watch the DNA tutorial as I see whether there is any more clips. Any clips from the hearing has come out. Hold on. I've never actually watched this tutorial. DNA is found in almost all cells. DNA is made up of similar units that are connected to form a sequence. Oh, I thought it was going to be a video. Genes are DNA sequences that contain instructions for making molecules such as proteins. Our DNA is packaged into 23 pairs of chromosomes. For every pair of chromosomes, you inherited one from your mother and one from your father. So you're approximately 50% of each. Most of our DNA sequences are the same, but the differences between people are called variants. Many variants don't have any effect, but some variants are associated with certain health conditions and traits and ancestries. Your reports map your DNA for certain traits, health, and conditions. And I said, well, that's boring. A few more tutorials. Genetic health risk tutorial. Boring. All right. Let's have a look, see if there's any clips that have come out on YouTube from the court. I doubt there has been. Because it's not finished yet. Let's see what Law and Crime Network are saying. Nothing's come out yet. Oh, what's this? Accused student killer Bryan Kohberger headed to court today. Let's watch this.
Murder suspect Bryan Kohberger back in court today. a series of motions.
You hear that?
Kohberger charged, of course, with 4 counts of.
Can't hear that. Maybe I need to put headphones in.
First-degree murder.
Oh, I can hear it now. Can you hear that okay? JB's on live. Oh, let's have a look what JB's saying. Actually, I'm going to play this. So some people can hear it and some people can't. That's weird. Right. Hold on. Let me just get rid of some of these windows. Right. Can you hear this?
University of Idaho students. They were stabbed to death in their off-campus house. This was December 2022. And our very own Anjanette Levy joins us now to talk about what this is all about today.
You heard
Anjanette,
it. You can hear it.
Good afternoon. Never a dull moment in the Kohberger case.
Too low.
So what is going on with all of these motions? What are the bullet points there?
Yeah, good afternoon to you, Michael. There is certainly.
All right. So you can hear that. All right. All right. I'm going to let it play. So it's 8 minutes. I'm going to stop it for a bit and then we'll have a look at what JB's talking about. Get an approximate idea as to when this is going to end. And maybe they'll release the hearing and we can watch it, or maybe not. Maybe it's going to just be too long. If it goes on the whole day, then I'm not going to sit here all night waiting for the hearing to get released. It's perfectly loud. Change blurry pic by pressing setting wheel and fixing the video quality. Yeah, if your video quality is low, just go to quality and make sure it's on 1080p. If it's lower than 1080p on your end, it's going to have a blurry picture. So it's 1080p for me. I'm seeing this very clearly. But I can't obviously look at your YouTube settings. And if for whatever reason your setting's lower than 1080p, it's going to look blurry on your end. So, all right, I'm just going to go and get a drink while this is playing. I can still hear it because I've got earbuds in. Good stuff. All right.
Never a dull moment in this case. Basically, there are going to be 6 motions that are heard today, 3 from the prosecution and 3 from the defense. One of the most significant of those, I believe, is one where the prosecution is asking for a protective order for the investigative genetic genealogy that was used to identify Bryan Kohberger as a suspect in this case. And they did that by taking DNA, a single source male DNA sample, according to the prosecution, from the snap of the knife sheath left next to Maddie Mogen's body at the crime scene. And they ran that through CODIS, which is a known database. They said, we have to take another route. So they sent it off to a private lab. Private lab developed a different type of profile, sends it off to the FBI. The FBI works their magic. They go into a bunch of portals. They build family trees, and then they go through and try to find common markers, and they end up with Michael Kohberger, who is Bryan Kohberger's father. That leads them to Pennsylvania and Michael Kohberger's father, his family home, and the place where he was residing during the holidays, but right before his arrest in December of last year. Now, the defense is saying, we want this information. Prosecutors are saying, we shouldn't have to turn this over. The FBI didn't take notes when they were doing this. They don't even have the information for us to hand over, but there have been other cases where this technology was used and the judge didn't require the prosecution to turn these materials over to the defense. The defense, meanwhile, says that's not acceptable. You're trying to put our guy to death for a quadruple homicide. We should see the roadmap you used to identify Bryan Kohberger as a suspect, because this is what led you to him and led to your further investigation of him. We should see who you excluded and who you didn't. And they have their own DNA expert who is saying can be mistakes made with investigative genetic genealogy. So
Yeah, mistakes can be made. There's plenty of times I've made mistakes in compiling a family tree, and I've had to go back and correct my mistake. But the problem that the defense has, and this goes back to what I'm saying about them trying to pull the wool over everyone's eyes, including the judge, is that it doesn't matter, because they got there. They got to Bryan Kohberger via Michael Kohberger. And hey presto, Michael Kohberger was a 50% match for the DNA on the knife sheath. And hey presto, Bryan Kohberger, once they'd arrested him, was 100% match, or as close as you can possibly get. So it doesn't matter. I mean, yeah, all right. Have a look at the roadmap. Have a look at the family tree. Why? Under Idaho law, they're not required, actually, to turn over information from tips that they've used in this way. It's crazy. Idaho law has to be changed if the judge rules that the prosecution have to turn over all of this working out that they did to compile a family tree. What they need to turn over is the results, which they have, because the guy who's sitting in court now accused of a quadruple murder is confirmed via the second DNA test to be the guy who left the DNA on the knife sheath. Anything else is just noise. It's trying to argue a technicality, like they're arguing a technicality that one grand juror didn't sign the form. It's the same argumentation. And I'm sorry, it doesn't wash with me. It doesn't.
So this is going to be quite the fight. And I think this is probably one of the most high-profile cases you've seen genetic genealogy used in, aside from the Golden State.
Oh, I was muted then. East Idaho News has video. What? The full video? They're gripping straws. They are. They are. East Idaho News. What, East Idaho News on YouTube, or East Idaho News, the outlet? Like the website, like this. This is East Idaho News. So, on here or on YouTube? The defense continues to waste money and time. Well, they are wasting money. And whose money are they wasting? They don't look to have a video on their website. Do you mean on YouTube? Hold on. Oh, they've got a clip here. Hold on.
There can an S&P profile can be linked.
Oh yeah, they have. They've got a clip. They've not. Okay, we'll watch this instead of Law and Crime Network. We might come back to that. Maybe we won't. Let's have a listen.
Linked to an STR profile, and that's by zeroing in on sort of the neighboring regions and examining those. So again, I'm not a biologist or scientist, but I'm an attorney, who has a duty to investigate.
I assume this is Stephen Mercer, who was the first E.T., you got to run. That's fine. That's fine. So I'm assuming this is Stephen Mercer, but obviously we've only got a clip. So he's talking about DNA.
And to investigate requires hiring experts to examine this data, this discovery that hasn't been produced yet. And so that's why the minimum practice standard is to get that discovery so that the attorney can then assess that discovery and then retain a qualified scientist to help understand the extent to which the SMP testing will shed light on the reliability of the STR testing that has already been done at the same together.
There you go. So he's basically said in a sentence what I've spent 2 hours explaining. The STR testing is the traditional DNA testing. That's confirmatory. In this instance, it's the confirmatory test. The exploratory test was the SNP testing that was used in the investigative phase to find the potential suspect, to find via family tree DNA testing that any genealogist has done, that I've done on my own and on someone else's case. I've got the entirety of the Beach Creekers pretty much family tree now, right? There's probably some mistakes in there, but I go back and I re-analyze and I re-look through records, right? There is a possibility that mistakes can be made, but that confirmatory test that was done comparing DNA from Bryan's cheek cells to the knife sheath was the confirmatory test. There's 2 different types. This is what this guy's talking about, 2 different types. Standard DNA testing, which in this instance was the confirmation, and the SNP testing, which is the genealogy testing.
Okay, so that having that profile on the SMP can verify the legitimacy of the STR.
No, it's the opposite way around. It's the opposite way around. SNP testing, SMP, single nucleotide polymorphism testing, is the exploration. The standard DNA, which is done when Bryan submits his DNA, has his cheek swabbed once he's arrested, that's the confirmatory test. It's the other way around. I mean, you could argue it both ways, but in this case, in this instance, the SNP testing was the exploration, finding the suspect, and the standard DNA testing was the confirmation.
Right, so that's my hypothesis. That's what I go to the expert to inquire about. Because again, this is a very much an emerging area of forensic science. And
it might be an emerging science in forensics and in law enforcement, but it's been used now for many years by genealogists, both professional and amateur, such as myself. I've been compiling my family tree on Ancestry since 2005. I've been an Ancestry.com customer since 2005 when I started to compile my own family tree. And it was only much later than that I was able to submit my DNA. Once that became commonplace for companies, private companies such as Ancestry.com and 23andMe and MyHeritage and all of the others, and including the ones that law enforcement uses, which are GEDmatch and Family Tree DNA, it's quite a few years now that has been a thing that these private companies offer, because DNA analysis has become so commonplace, and it's not expensive to have your DNA tested now. Your dad's cousins went back to the 1600s with their tree. Well, I'm back to be earlier than 1066 on one line. on another, most lines, you can't get back further than the 1600s simply because the records aren't there. On some of the lines in the Wells family tree that I've got and in the Hill family tree that I've got back to the 1600s. Maybe one day I'll show you. Okay.
And yes,
I'm going to accept it, and I don't believe that this witness is qualified to opine on what's needed in these scientific processes. He just indicated that it was his personal hypothesis. I would remove my objection on it.
Well, I'm going to overrule that because I asked some questions. I apologize. Go ahead.
I love him. I like him. He's going to be a great judge at the trial. Full Celt or Saxon? I'm a lot Celtic. I'm a little Saxon. I'm a lot Celtic. But I'm more Southern Italian than any of those. The audio's terrible on this. I'm guessing this is not the official court. This is somebody. Maybe it is. I don't know. But the audio's terrible. So if you're struggling with the audio, I can't put CCs on because they've not come on yet. As a Welshman, I salute you. I've got a Welsh ancestor. I've got a Welsh ancestor called Llewellyn Williams. You can't get more Welsh than somebody called Llewellyn Williams, can you? Janet's Welsh as well. Janet Lee, EDS UK. I do love Wales. Beautiful country. I'd happily go and live in Wales. I'd like to live in the Snowdonia area. The internet probably ain't great there, though. Out in the sticks in Snowdonia.
Ask your next question.
When I'm talking about either the whole genome or the SNP profile, am I looking for just like a sheet of paper that has a bunch of numbers on it, or is there a packet of information that I need to go to my expert?
No, you need the raw data of the profile along with, it's similar to the sort of data that you obtain for the SBR test. You get the raw data of the profile, you get the laboratory protocols, you get all the bench notes, you know, how the profile was generated, but also you should get the discovery about how the profile was then searched in different.
Full of scouse. Yeah, my 2 times great granddad, Edward Lowe, was born in Liverpool. Was born in Liverpool, in a cellar in Liverpool, in the slums. Audio sounds like it's underwater. It does. I hope they clean it up when they release the full hearing. I hope they clean it up. Oh, Janice, sorry, but I think you've had the wool pulled over your eyes. What's Janice been saying? Where's Janice? Is Brian your brother or something? Who are we talking about? Sybil. The judge isn't a hanging judge. He was a defense attorney years ago, so he will be fair. I am only a little Saxon. Llewellyn is a great Welsh name, isn't it?
Different databases and family trees constructed.
That was going to be my next question. I've heard you say that we can't look at this whole genome sequencing or the SNP in one category and then look at the building the tree to identify from the genetic genealogy piece, the genealogy piece, in its own separate areas. They're not two separate lanes that they combine.
Yes, they go hand in hand.
Yes, they do. They do go hand in hand. She's playing dumb. She's playing dumb. Why is she wearing a mask? Has she got COVID or something? Why is she wearing a mask? We haven't worn masks in the UK for like years now. Anyway, I digress. The result of the DNA SNP testing is inputted into a genealogy database. Once they get some matches, then they're able to start combining it to form a family tree using genealogical tools like censuses, birth records, death records, marriage records, as genealogists have done for many, many, many years. Before DNA was even a thing, genealogists were working using these kind of tools. So the two things do go hand in hand. But once you get your suspect, you don't need to know who Bryan Kohberger's 6 times great-granddad was. You don't need that information. That's superfluous once you've got a potential suspect nailed, because that potential suspect is then given to law enforcement, and law enforcement use that as a tip like they use any other tip. So this entire discussion about family trees and about turning over the entire family tree of Bryan Kohberger becomes irrelevant, because we know Bryan Kohberger's the man, because they've got him. Dear me. It's just all bullshit at this point.
One or the other. I mean, they go together.
Why?
Doing? You're a good ball.
I'm sorry?
Can you tell me why? Can you explain why you say they go together? Why are you telling?
Well, the SMP profile is what is searched in the ancestry database to then identify, potential relatives, and then family trees are built out. That's the object of the SMP testing.
Thank you.
What's
exactly.
important to know from a defense perspective in terms of trial work and potential areas of cross-examination, the government is going to be introducing a statistic that is premised on the assumption of an unrelated universe of people. So what's the chance of finding a profile in a population where there's no relatedness between that profile and anyone in that universe? And
that's completely irrelevant. That is strawmanning the entire court. This is irrelevant, because they got him. It doesn't matter. Whatever you're saying now doesn't matter, because they got him. That tip was borne out. It doesn't matter how unrelated anybody else might be, because they got him and they confirmed it via traditional DNA testing. That was the second test.
And so, as we know from talking about this whole concept of friendship genealogy, people who are related have similar DNA. And so the statistics change when you are talking about the chance of finding a profile within a related pool or related universe of individuals. And that's a legitimate area of inquiry on cross-examination for the defense to demonstrate the limitations of the statistical questions that the state is presenting to its...
No, it's a completely bogus line of cross-examination. They are grasping at straws, Veritas. They are. What, Sybil? She said she heard voices somewhere, so he didn't actually kill anyone. His friends did. Who are you talking about? Janice, what are you talking about? People are trying to put this puzzle together and you think it's been solved, which makes you suspect. That's the whole deal with it. What are you saying? There's no puzzle. Oh, has COVID ticked up in the US recently? Maybe Ann Taylor's a high risk or something. People are trying to put this puzzle together. People who are pandering to conspiracy theorists are still trying to put this puzzle together. There's no puzzle. There's no puzzle. There's no puzzle left. They've got him. Do you understand? Do you understand that when somebody's comparison between the cheek swab that was taken when Bryan was arrested you don't agree? All right, Janice. Which bit don't you agree on? I'll entertain your argumentation. Which bit don't you agree on? You also disagree. I'm not going to come for you. I'm just going to ask you a question. And the question's this. How much more do you need to be convinced than 5 octillion? Bearing in mind that an octillion has got 27 zeros behind it. There's 5 octillionths of a chance that the DNA that was collected from Bryan's cheek cells, Bryan Kohberger's cheek cells, yes, Teffy, smart snark alert, and the DNA on the knife sheath. There's only 8 billion people in the entire planet. How much more close to 100% do you need to be than 5 octillion? 0. Exactly, Twisted. 0. There is no way that that DNA on that knife sheath wasn't Bryan's. And he's the only profile on that knife sheath. Now, I could entertain the possibility that somebody else could be responsible if there was more than one DNA profile on that knife sheath. But there wasn't. There wasn't. Exactly, Linda. Why is this being argued? Because the court appears to be pandering to the defense, who are throwing straw men out there, and they are throwing completely irrelevant points out there. And it's unfortunate that people who have believed this hook, line and sinker, and obviously you just love a good conspiracy theory and thinking that there's a puzzle where there isn't one. The defense has nothing. Exactly, Salty Cat. They have nothing. It was planted. So, all right. Okay. So how did Bryan Kohberger's DNA get on the knife sheath? If it was planted, so presumably the real killer, all right, the real killer wore gloves and planted a knife sheath with Bryan's DNA on it. So what did they do? Did they just say, Bryan, hey, Bryan, just put your DNA on this knife sheath, will you? And Kohberger says, oh, all right then. All right then. Why? Why would you believe that that was a thing? Why not believe that the person whose DNA is on the knife sheath, which was found on the bed next to the victim who had been stabbed to death, Maddie, why would it have been planted? Why would they be trying to set Bryan Kohberger up? Why? Did they also steal his car and drive around on the night that Bryan has admitted himself went for a drive? So Bryan's admitted he went for a drive. So nobody else has stolen his car, have they? So the white Elantra that Bryan owned, being driven by Bryan, because Bryan said he was driving that night. And what did they also do? Steal his phone. So did they hide in the trunk? And then, they just thought, oh, he's going to go to Moscow. I'm going to jump out when he stops. and have this knife sheath that I've already got Bryan's DNA on, and I'm going to go and murder 4 people, and I'm going to set Bryan up. How stupid does that sound? Be frank. Be completely honest with yourself. How stupid do you have to be to believe that bullshit? Emily, that's absolutely fine. I'll see you very soon. How stupid do you have to be to believe that that could have actually happened? The car that Bryan admitted to driving that night was seen all over Pullman and was seen in Moscow, is on surveillance that's been released from the Queen Road apartments. The phone that Bryan was driving around in the consistent path of that car and came back the following day, and then went all the way south for like miles to the Snake River the following day. Come on now. Come on now. Unbelievable.
Expert witness. And to do that, you need to know, for example, who the population of related people are. Who is often, from my work on the forensic genealogy, what I've seen is that when a match is found, when the STR match is found, then all building out, all further testing stops on the forensic genealogy side. And so it's important to know who hasn't been tested on the related person side.
You don't need to know who hasn't been tested. You don't need to know, because the suspect is right there in the courtroom and his DNA matches. Oh, I need to go and lie down in a darkened room, I think. We don't need to know how many other people who are in this family tree that might be Bryan's cousins or his second cousins, because they didn't commit the murder. Why didn't they commit the murders? Because their DNA wasn't on the knife sheath. Bryan's was. Bryan's cousins will share, what is it, cousins? 12.5% of your DNA with your cousin. Your second cousins share about, 6% of your DNA. So all these cousins and second cousins and distant cousins can't possibly be the person who committed the murders, because they're not the people who left the DNA on the knife sheath. I can't believe that the court is entertaining this bullshit.
In terms of developing cross-examination about the limitations of the statistical tool that the state uses in its case.
Thank you, Miss Ladybug. After the Nicolabully case, I now listen to what Michelle has to say. Does that mean you didn't listen to me before? You didn't believe me before?
To demonstrate the
That's okay, I don't mind.
Have you received genealogy materials in your
yes, so which wasn't surprising to me, because even though typically the government doesn't seek to introduce the forensic genealogy, in its case, it nevertheless is evidence that is a scientific test of material in the case. And so the discovery rules typically call, and for example, in Maryland, in the District of Columbia, call for discovery.
We're not in Maryland or the District of Columbia. We're in Idaho. It doesn't matter what they do. He's not being tried in Maryland or in the District of Columbia. You know, I could talk about what the laws are in my country and it would be irrelevant. It's Idaho. You're in Idaho, dude.
Discovery of scientific testing of evidence in a case, and that's regardless of whether the government is going to introduce it or not. DC is a little different.
We don't care about DC. He's not being tried in DC. Yeah, the defense is desperate. Who is this guy? Who have they trotted out here? This trial is going to be excruciating. It's going to be intense. This trial is going to be something else. The defense are going to be that desperate. They're going to bring experts, quote unquote, experts who were as bad as Dorothy Lewis was for Letitia Stokes' case. I can see it coming. I'm going to be shouting at the screen every single day of this trial. I hope they televise it. Is it going to be televised? Are they going to do what they're doing here and they're not live streaming it? They're doing it after the fact.
Where it requires either a materiality showing or that the item is introduced into evidence. And so even when there's a limitation on the item being introduced into evidence, that really goes to the item tested, which here is the environmental sample trace DNA. And of course, the government has twice tested it. And
yes, the government has twice tested it. The first time via SNP testing, found the suspect, matched his dad's DNA to it, and the second test, once it arrested him, based on that tip that genetic genealogy provided, confirmed that the DNA on the knife sheath was Bryan Kohberger. Hence, Bryan Kohberger was the murderer, unless some very strange person planted the knife sheath, hiding in Bryan's trunk and jumped out, committed a quadruple murder, and then jumped back in when Bryan was going out for a drive. Come on now. Dear God.
So for the attorney to be able to fulfill their duty to investigate and satisfy the minimum practice standards, they should have access to the scientific testing of that item of evidence, which is central to the case.
It's not central to the case. It was a tip. You don't have to see the raw data from the SNP analysis. You don't even have to see the family tree because it's been confirmed. I mean, give it to them, and then they'll complain they've got too much to do, and they'll employ another 10 lawyers to work on the discovery. Give it to them because it will be worthless to them because they've already confirmed the analysis. They've confirmed it.
Just 1 minute.
Who's paying for it? No, Bryan Kohberger's family aren't paying. These are public defenders. The good people of Idaho are paying. The good people of Idaho are not only paying for Bryan Kohberger to be prosecuted, they're also paying for the 10 lawyers and all of these experts that they're paying. They're paying for them as well. The good people of Idaho are paying.
I don't have any other questions. I'm going to be hanging on just a minute.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I have no questions for this witness, and I will be making other arguments.
Okay, thank you.
You've no argument. You've no questions for that witness because it's completely irrelevant.
Okay, may this witness be excused? Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, you're excused. You can now stay in the court if you like.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Appreciate you traveling. Thank you. It's been about an hour. Maybe I need to give the court reporter a break. About just a short one, 5 minutes, 10 minutes.
All right, so they're giving him a break now. Oh, we can watch him walking out.
Okay, great. Okay.
Let's watch
10
him
minutes,
out.
and we are off the record.
Well, that was infuriating. What else have they got?
So only two of the people.
Oh.
Thanks very much. Please be seated. Okay, record, please.
Is this the whole hearing now?
A couple of things. Number one, I'm going to overrule the objection about her foundation to be an expert. And then you were given
the audio on this is terrible. Has somebody else got better audio than East Idaho News?
DNA.
So that's Court
and
TV.
kinds of litigation.
It's a bit louder, but that's the guy that we've already heard. That's Court TV. East Idaho News has got part 2.
PowerPoint. So,
Your Honor, we began to review the PowerPoint and it was immediately apparent to us that we would need to consult with one of our own experts.
Oh, this is the argument about the PowerPoint. Why is the blonde lawyer the only one in the courtroom wearing a mask? I asked that question. I don't know. Maybe she's high risk or something for COVID. I'm sure COVID's still around. We just don't test anymore in this country. I don't think anybody cares anymore. I've had it twice, possibly 3 times. I got long COVID after the first time. It's pretty bad. I was ill for months. Right, so this is the argument with the PowerPoint. I don't really care.
Are you ready?
Yes.
All right.
All right, so this will be the second witness. Let's listen to this. I'll try and not interrupt because I'm fired up, shall we say, but I'll try and not interrupt. You've heard all the court TV has got poor volume. We're just going to have to deal with it. It's a shame. It does sound like it's all underwater. But, yeah. Okay, so this is the second witness. I don't know what her name is. We'll hear it, though. Oh, I was muted. Sorry. I was saying I'll put it on 125 because normal speech patterns, I can't deal with it. It's too slow. But if this is too fast for you, let me know and I'll put it back to normal because it's bad audio. So if it's also too fast for you, that's going to make it even worse. But we'll get through it slightly faster if I put it on 125. But let me know if it's too fast.
There we go. Okay. We are participating. All right. Dr. Lecken, we are going to be talking about genetic genealogy first and how it works. So I'm going to get us to the first slide like that and ask you a question.
I think you need to get played.
If I hit play, then
Show presentation.
clearly we could have had somebody type.
We need another expert.
Hi. Yes, we need another expert. I think we're ready. Now, are we going to talk about how genetic genealogy works?
Yes.
Does genetic, tell me what kind of DNA genetic genealogy is.
Okay, so DNA is just DNA, but there are a few different inheritance patterns for DNA. So there is mitochondrial DNA, Y chromosome DNA, and then what we call autosomal DNA. And those are the main types that
Could you just have that spelled for the court reporter?
autosomal, AUTOSOMAL.
What is
All three.
autosomal?
Yeah, sorry.
Mitochondrial, 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 and then Y chromosome. Chromosome is it's just the letter Y, and then chromosome CHROMOSOME.
Thank you.
What is autosomal DNA?
So autosomal DNA is inherited from both of your parents, all 4 of your grandparents, all 8 of your great-grandparents, and so on. That's a little bit different from mitochondrial and Y chromosome. Mitochondrial you only get from your mother, so it just tracks that direct maternal line. Y chromosome.
I know for those complaining about the sound, I know it's no better on court TV either. It's just really bad. That's why if it's too fast for you, I'll put it back to normal speed. But I prefer it when it's a bit faster. But that's just me. Yeah, Idaho should spend the taxpayer money on better audio equipment for their public trials instead of useless experts. Exactly, Shaggy. I agree with you. It's not too fast for Holly. That's okay. All right. I'll try not interrupt too much, but I am watching the chat. So if anything comes up in the chat, then I'll address it. Otherwise, I'll just let it play.
Chromosome DNA is only in chromosomal males, and it goes from father to son, so it tracks the direct paternal line. But autosomal DNA can show relationships on all branches of your tree because you inherit it from all of your grandparents and so on.
As a genetic genealogist, do you use one over the other when you do that?
I primarily use autosomal DNA. Mitochondrial DNA does not change very rapidly, so it doesn't give you a really good sense of how closely related you might be to someone. Y chromosome DNA is it changes a little bit more rapidly than mitochondrial DNA, but it's still fairly slow. You could have a match to someone and your connection to them could be back in the 1700s. So it's not going to tell you, who your immediate relatives are. Autosomal DNA can give you I call it kind of depth perception. It gives you a much better sense of how far back in time your connection to that other person is. And that's what's primarily used for adoptee searches. It's what's primarily used in the forensic area as well. So that's just showing the inheritance patterns of the DNA.
Does the autosomal DNA, does that provide more matches so that you can do your work easier?
Yes.
How does this happen? How do you get to do this?
So if you're just a regular old genealogist, you will purchase a DNA kit from one of the main testing companies. They will send you a little tube, and you either spit in the tube, and it seems like a lot of spit, or you do a cheek swab. You put that back in the tube, and you mail it back to the company. The company will then extract the DNA and do the analysis on it.
As the genetic genealogist, or the person who did the test, what do you get? How do you know when something happens?
Right, when your results are finished, they'll send you an email, and you can then log into the website. And once you do that, you will see all of the companies offer what they call ethnicity estimates, and so it will tell you, whether you're descended from German stock or Scottish or African or whatever your sort of broader ethnic background is. They will give you a list of matches, which are other people who've taken the same DNA test in the same database and who share DNA with you. So that's the two main things that you get from that.
The same database. What do you mean by that?
So there are multiple companies that offer these services. So the two biggest ones are Ancestry DNA and 23andMe. So for example, if I
just to address Linda's comment, is she for the state? No, these are witnesses that the defense has brought. So there's 4 witnesses that the defense has brought. So that's why Ann Taylor's doing the questioning. So there's that.
I tested Ancestry and my sister tested 23andMe, we won't get matched to one another because we're not in the same database.
Where you test is specific to where you're going to find who you're related to.
Right.
Okay. All right. You as a genetic genealogist, the case was referred to you?
Yes.
Okay. And so how do you get into these databases?
So At Ancestry DNA, there is a sharing system. So the person who's taken the test can essentially authorize me or invite me to view their DNA results, and then I can do that in my own account. I never have to log into their account. At the other services, with the exception of GenMatch, which we haven't gotten to yet, I would have to log into their accounts to see their DNA matches.
You mentioned that, you're backing up a little bit, you mentioned that you find out a lot about like, your ancestry, meaning where you come from. What other kinds of information can you find out?
So, for example, at 23andMe, they offer health reports and trait reports based on your DNA that can tell you if you have a higher than average likelihood of developing certain cancers or certain diseases. They tell you things that are kind of silly, like do you like cilantro, or if you're prone to drinking more caffeine than the average or less. But they can tell all of those things from the DNA test that they've done.
And that's only one of the databases that offer that much information.
23andMe does, and then there's a third-party site called Prometheus that you can take your data file and upload it there, and it will run these reports on it. Prometheus. And if I got that wrong, it's not because I'm lying.
You changed slides, and now I have.
Right, why is this woman talking about 23andMe and Ancestry? I get it. I talked about them because they're well-known sites, but those are not the sites used by law enforcement. So in a court of law, why are they talking about them? Why not talk about the sites that law enforcement actually uses, which is GEDmatch and Family Tree DNA? Those are the two sites that allow law enforcement to use their services for cases like this, and to solve cold cases, and to find who an unidentified Jane or John Doe might be. Why are we talking about 23andMe and Ancestry? Right, I'll try and not interrupt. They're on my last nerve. My last nerve is beginning to fray at the moment.
I have a slide that says microwave. What is that?
So a microwave is the actual piece of lab material that we use to run this test. It was designed, so microwaves were designed for biomedical research. They're designed for scientific research. And unlike the STRs that you use for POTUS, microwaves pretty much scan your entire genome. They're looking at, so we talked about autosomal DNA. They look at about 600,000 individual bits of your autosomal DNA. Those are called single nucleotide polymorphisms. So NUCLEOTIDE and then POLYMORPHISM. Like I'm in a stone. These are individual bits of DNA that are known to vary among people. Most of our DNA is identical, so looking at those bits are not going to tell you who's related to whom. They look at these microarrays specifically target the chunks of DNA that we know vary between or among individuals. And so that uses higher levels of DNA than you typically have for forensic purposes.
Even more like when you talk about skin and fingers, body, you have to have a lot of it to do this.
You have to have a fair amount of DNA to do a microarray.
What happens if you don't?
Then there is an alternative. There's an alternative method called whole genome sequencing, and then there's whole genome sequencing, and the specific way they go about it is called next generation sequencing. And that will actually work on lower levels of DNA. It will work on lower quality DNA, so DNA that might have been broken down because it's been exposed to elements for a while. That will work better on DNA that's contaminated. So it might have bacterial DNA in it, or fungal DNA in it. So that is an alternative approach to microarrays, but it's more labor intensive and it's more expensive.
So you need a microarray, or this other way that's more expensive and some like more issues with. To get to something that you can put in the computer and find out who you're.
Yes.
What is this?
So this is just kind of a teaching strategy just to show that we have 2 parents, 4 grandparents, 8 great-grandparents have color-coded the grandparent lines to help us track how the match has been.
And when you do autosomal DNA, it's this group of people that you're drawing.
those are people who contributed the DNA in you, yes.
What do we have here?
So this is an outline showing how some of your DNA matches might fit into your tree. So you may have some second cousins or first cousins once removed, or second cousins once removed, who also took the DNA test and are in the same database as you, and they would share DNA with you and would be listed in your matches. And you can see in this diagram, I'm only showing 2 great-grandparent lines. There are actually 4. The diagram gets too messy if I try to add more. So the thing is, when you get these matches, the DNA company doesn't actually know how you're related to them. It just knows how much DNA you share with them. And so the DNA company is not going to tell you, this is your second cousin. It's just going to say this person shares so much DNA with you, and they might could be your second cousin. They might be something else. And then it's up to the genealogist to essentially reverse engineer the tree based on the DNA matches.
You do that when you have to find out who this person is based on these various matches in different places.
Right.
Do you have experience as a genetic genealogist doing that, where you don't know who this person is, you might identify this person based on it?
Yes.
So what do you do?
So you will get a list of DNA matches from your testing company. And they are sorted, that list is sorted by how much DNA they share with you. So it's not necessarily sorted by how closely related those people are to you. You get this list, and sometimes they use their real names, the people in the list. Sometimes they use an alias. Depending on the database, you may or may not be able to see their email address. And some of them will have their own family trees linked to their DNA results because they're doing the same thing you are. They're trying to research their family trees. A lot of them won't. And for the people who don't, you have to try to figure out who they are, who their parents are, who their grandparents are, and build trees for them.
Time-consuming process.
It is time-consuming.
You talked about shared DNA.
Yes.
That it doesn't tell you how closely related some of this.
Right. So we measure autosomal DNA in a unit called centimorgans, CENTIMORGANS. The more centimorgans you share with someone on average, the more closely you are related. But it's possible, for example, there's a range for most of these relationships. So it's actually possible that you could have a full first cousin who shares less DNA with you than a half first cousin. And that's one of the things that complicates the work of a genetic genealogist. We only have an approximate relationship from the centimorgan amount, not a hard and fast, this is definitely so-and-so relationship.
In your work, when you have your unidentified person and you put the profile in and receive matches at various places, you're looking at these centimorgans to try to get a clue. What do you do after you have this information to tell you about centimorgans?
So I have to essentially build trees for these matches. The first step in the process is to figure out how they are related to one another. Before I can figure out, for example, if I'm trying to help an adoptee, find their biological parents. To figure out how they are related to their matches, first I have to figure out how the matches are related to one another. And then I kind of reverse engineer where my adoptee will fit into that family tree based on the DNA results. So we mentioned earlier one of the tools that I helped to develop for analyzing DNA results. This is a set of screenshots from this shared centimorgan tool. It's also sometimes called the shared centimorgan project tool. That's 2 main syllables. So what you do is you will type in the centimorgan amount for one of your matches. On the previous slide, the top match was 72 centimorgans. So if I were working that case, I would type in 72 centimorgans into this tool. And you get the diagram there where the possible relationships are highlighted. So your person of interest is your adoptee. In this tool, will highlight the possible relationships for a 72 centimorgan match. And if you count up all of the little highlighted boxes on there, there are 30 or 35 possible relationships for somebody who shares 72 centimorgans. And so this is the, sorry, come on, let's talk.
What, I don't know what the statistic that just popped up is about. What is that?
Okay, so I mentioned that this is a statistical tool that's using probabilities. And so even though there are 30 or 35 possible relationships for a 72 centimorgan match, some of them are more likely statistically than others. And so this panel that is in that tool is listing which of the relationships are most likely. And so there are a group of relationships with, I can't quite read that from here, but I think it says says half third cousins. That's the most likely group, and then below that, I think it's third cousins. That's the next most likely group, and has the genealogist. That tells me that I'm going to need to build this person's tree back, probably to second great grandparent level, before I can conceivably figure out where my person of interest fits into that tree.
Is that important to know how far back you have to build that tree?
You have to find the connections among the matches, and you sort of need to know where in the tree to look for that.
I think you told us you have to build trees for each of the matches so that you can find those connectors.
Yes, and I have to build out both sides of a matches tree because I don't know if my person of interest is going to be related on their mother's side or on their father's side. I don't know which grandparent it's through. So I essentially have to build the whole tree back several generations to find the connections.
Are these decisions that you as a genetic genealogist have to make to do your work, finding the matches?
Yes, I have to continue to build trees. Things.
Now, do you have to build trees for all of those 35 matches? Or do you do it until you kind of figure out who the client is?
There are some matches that I may not be able to build trees for. Maybe I can't figure out who they are. So on this slide, there's only 5 matches shown, and so only 2 of the people of that 5 have posted their own trees. That little icon that I'm pointing the arrows at show that those 2 matches have built their own trees, and so that saves me a lot of work because I can look at their tree and rather than having to build it from scratch, I can. They've listed their parents and their grandparents, and I can just go in and double check to make sure that they put the right people down, rather than having to build the trees from scratch. The other people, I'd either have to build their trees from scratch if I can figure out who they are, or sometimes I may just have to skip them if they have a really common name and I don't know where they live or what their age is. I may know it's John Smith. I may never be able to figure out who they are and build out a tree for them because.
What this woman is doing is giving you completely irrelevant information because these genetic websites do all of this background stuff for you in their algorithm, and they give you potential matches, in which case you can use those potential matches to build your family tree. So whatever argumentation they use, in this particular case, I understand that this woman has to build the foundation and that's required for the court system. And what she's doing is just foundational work at the moment. But we've got to remember that the end goal of IGG, Investigative Genetic Genealogy, is to find a potential suspect, and that is all. In this case, the potential suspect has been found and is matched as close as 100% as you can possibly get between Bryan's cheek swab and the DNA, the sole male DNA profile on the knife sheath. So whether they use an argument that the sheath was planted becomes completely irrelevant. It's a moot point. It's a straw man. Because in the second round of testing, as I keep saying, the second round of DNA testing matched Bryan's DNA 100% or as close as you can get to it, to that on the knife sheath. All of this background stuff was simply to find the suspect. They've done that. Move on. Dear me.
There are thousands of John Smiths.
I think this graphic shows us the process and how far you have to build trees for the matches and try to identify the one person. Did I understand that right?
Yes, this is just a simple example where I've built out 2 hypothetical trees for 2 hypothetical matches. In which case, in this example, I've gone out to the first great grandparents.
What are you looking for?
I'm looking for connections between match. So match 1 is on the left, match 2 is on the right. I'm looking for commonalities between their 2 trees. I want to see how match 1 and match 2 are related to one another. And so in this case, I've identified, and this is hypothetical, of course, that John Smith and Mary Jones married and had children, and they were the great grandparents of the person on the left tree. And John Smith and Mary Jones were also the great grandparents of the match on the right. So now I know that match 1 and match 2 are second cousins to one another. That's kind of the first hook that I have into trying to figure out how my person of interest gets into that tree. And so I would then diagram.
What are you doing for that?
Yes, thank you, sorry. I would then start building what I call a descendant diagram, and I will do this in a sketching software. So I have John Smith and Mary Jones, and I've listed their 2 children and their grandchildren. Then I put the DNA matches in there so I can see how the matches are related to one another.
You see, I understand this. Matches to your unknown person, and they'll their trees out and found great grandparents or the same great grandparents.
Yes.
Both use other matches to be found. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you took that match and started figuring out who their kids were, and then you their kids had kids. Is that what we're seeing here?
Right. And so what I'm looking for now, so I found these 2, match 1 and match 2, of course, second cousins to one another. What I'm looking for now are ways to integrate more DNA matches into that tree that I've just got my hook on.
Why didn't you want to do that?
Because the more DNA matches I have, the stronger my statistical analysis for where my person of interest fits into that tree. So if I'm working an adoptee case, my goal is to get my adoptee into as many databases as possible. I always call them tested ancestry because that's the biggest database. Then 23andMe because it's the second biggest. And then my heritage is the next in size. So I want to get them into all of these databases because I can do this. I can build this tree using some matches from Ancestry and some matches from 23 and some from my heritage. And again, I'm doing this so that I have as much statistical data as possible when I try to place my person of interest into that tree.
And that's when you have somebody who's doing their own DNA testing and then sharing their profile with you, so you can build the tree out, try to identify who their biological. It looks like you replaced the people, the matches, with numbers. What's going on here?
Those may be hard to see, but in this case, I'm showing an example listing the centimorgan amounts to the various DNA matches that I've managed to place into this tree.
In this one, you have a whole new red line moving probable. How did you figure it out?
So this is a hypothesis, it's an educated guess about where my person of interest might fit into that tree based on how much DNA they share with those 5 matches that I could document. And it might be right, it might be wrong, it's just an educated guess. It's a way to guide my next step in the research. My next step in the research, at this point, might need to dig into another database and see if I can find more matches. I would run the what are the odds analysis tool to see what other hypotheses might fit.
You want to tell me about the what are the odds tool now?
Sure, I can. That's a different slide. So this is the what are the odds tool. You basically build the descendant diagram that was on the previous slide, but into this tool. You enter the centimorgan amounts, so that's the measure of shared DNA. You enter the centimorgan amounts into the WATO tool. Sorry, we call it WATO for short, WATO. So you enter the centimorgan amounts where those individual DNA matches fit into the tree, and then you can ask the tool to suggest possible hypotheses for you. And that's what those teal boxes are. Those teal boxes are places where the tool is saying your person of interest could fit into this tree in this spot based on the DNA matches.
This tool tells you kind of where to look.
Yes.
Schematic line. What do you do from there?
So from here, there are several hypotheses there. If you could go back to the previous slide. Thank you. There are several hypotheses there. So what I want to do, and each one of them is going to have a score. And so what I want to do is focus on the hypotheses that have the highest scores, because those are the ones that are most likely. And I might investigate whether if I'm looking for a birth father, was he in the right place?
Sorry, what this woman is doing is making investigative genetic genealogy sound way more complicated than it actually is. If she's truly using all of these tools and going through all of these odds things, she's doing something very wrong, in my opinion. But that's just my opinion. She may be making this sound way more complicated than it actually is because she's on the defense's payroll. I don't know. I can't answer that question. But she's maddening. She's maddening me. It's BS. It's fluff. It's superfluous information. It's wasting the court's time at this point. I mean, yeah, all right. Give him as thorough a defense as it can be so that when he's sat on death row, people can't come along and say, oh, he wasn't given a good enough defense and blah, 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 blah. You know, misconduct, blah, 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 blah. Time and money, I know. It's terrible. She might be padding her own company to get more jobs. Well, she might be. Yeah, there is that. She's making herself sound way more... She's making the whole process sound way more complicated than it actually is. Honestly. That's true, Miss Ladybug. If you can't convince them, confuse them. Zoned out. Yeah, me too. Me too.
At the time of conception, or was he serving overseas? If he was serving overseas, then I rule him out. I might reach out to members of his family and ask them to do a DNA test for me, because then I can add their DNA match to this analysis and sort of slowly over time focus in on my most likely candidate, for example, if it's a father.
Does that mean you reach out to the regular people that haven't chosen to do this and see if they voluntarily want to put the DNA in to help build the family tree?
Yes, at times I will do that.
I think we're ready for this slide.
Okay, so it's the same tree, but I'm showing a different scenario in which the DNA matches were lower. They shared less DNA. This is just another hypothetical example to show how the probabilities and the suggested hypotheses will change depending on how much DNA those matches share with the universities. It does. The lower the DNA matches, the harder it is to actually find what you're looking for.
And you're talking about here, is that what you mean when you say something about capacity?
Yes, some genealogists call it target testing, some call it strategic testing. You're essentially reaching out to people who haven't tested yet and asking them, hey, I want to do a genealogy test for me. And you're doing that to help narrow down the connections.
This one has some arrows pointing at the direction. What's going on?
Right, I'm afraid you can't see the scores on that tree because it's kind of small. But those arrows are pointing at the hypotheses in this tree that have the highest scores. So that's where I would try to target relatives who might be willing to do a DNA test for them.
And those scores come from the tool.
Those come from the tool, and
and those give you, I guess, information about which direction is more likely.
yeah, the probabilities are based on the shared centimorgan amounts.
We're going to shift and talk about forensic genetic genealogy. Tell us what you mean by that.
So forensic is basically pertinent to any sort of legal proceeding or court case, not a lawyer.
So she's actually now starting to talk about IGG. Finally. Wow.
So I got that wrong. But in this case, sometimes the Department of Justice calls this work forensic genetic genealogy. A lot of practitioners call it investigative genetic genealogy, but it's the same thing.
Does that mean it's work that's done for law enforcement?
It's work that's done for law enforcement, and it's also done, oftentimes I think the client might actually be a medical examiner if you're dealing with an unknown remains.
Do you do that kind of work?
I do not.
I didn't talk about that.
I have learned a bit about it, yes.
How do you learn it?
I've learned about it by communicating with practitioners who do it, and also by attending conferences and watching recorded videos.
Did you do it if you wanted to?
Yes.
There's no other qualifications you need other than what you have right
No, not at the moment.
now. The slide talks about the primary qualities of DNA. What kind of DNA is for forensic DNA? What kind of DNA?
So you can use any type of DNA the same as you would use for regular genealogy. You could do mitochondrial, you could do Y chromosome, you could do autosomal, and as I mentioned before, most of this work is using autosomal DNA. And the difference is that if somebody's spitting in a tube, they're providing a lot of DNA, and they're providing clean DNA, and they're providing DNA that gets preserved with the fluid to keep it from breaking down. And that's not always the situation that you're going to find at either crime scenes or if you're dealing with unknown remains.
We always talked about the microarray a while ago, and there was another way to get this profile to do your work. Is that where we're going?
That's where we're going.
Tell me about that.
Okay, so Next generation genome sequencing is a technique that you can use to analyze the entire human genome. You're not just focusing on the 600 or 700,000 bits that the genealogy company uses. You're trying to sequence the whole thing. And that can sometimes work when there's not enough DNA for a microarray.
How is that done?
It's hard to explain. So I'm using this graphic to try to explain. So imagine that the solid red line at the top is the entire genome that we're trying to analyze. Next genome sequencing actually focuses on little subsets, and it's kind of like skimming a document. So if you skim a document, you're not reading every single word. Next generation sequencing is not trying to read every single little bit of DNA along the way. Instead, it's skimming little bits, and it's missing a lot on the first skim. And then it skims it again, and it will miss them on the second skim, but it might pick up bits it didn't pick up the first time. And so it keeps skimming the DNA, and after the analysis is done, you can kind of reconstruct from the little snippets that you skimmed along the way, and you can post the next gap. So these are the portions in gray that were skimmed in the multiple episodes, and those are called reads in the next generation sequencing process. The more reads you do, the more of the genome you can reconstruct, and the more confident you can be that you did it correctly. Because sometimes if you're skimming a word, you might, the word might be there and you read there because you were reading too fast, right? So the more times you skim an individual piece of DNA, the more confident you can be that it was all accurate.
Is there a number of times that's practiced skim?
So for medical research, for biomedical research, the companies who sell this equipment recommend that you do 30 times. They call it a 30 times coverage.
This is completely irrelevant. Completely irrelevant. I don't know what she's even talking about. Yeah, exactly. What does it matter? The DNA proved it was Bryan. What is she talking about? We don't care about medical research. We're talking about Bryan Kohberger. Can we get to the point where the defense is arguing that investigative genetic genealogy was in some way done wrong in this case, as per the nonsense that she's been writing to the court and we've gone through in the court documents earlier on? Seriously, this is maddening. Absolutely maddening.
To get a confident read, oftentimes in forensic work, they're not able to get 30x reads, and so they're working with fewer skimming. That skimming is not a technical term, I'm just using the analogy to teach this.
You talked about missing information when you skim. This slide says that it's filled in by a word called indication. Is that what this slide means?
So if you can't do 30x coverage of the genome, which is often the case when you're working with low quantities of DNA or contaminated DNA, you won't get the whole genome. You'll be missing pieces. This is a stage of the process called bioinformatics, and you actually have a specialist who goes in and use statistical methods to try to fill in the pieces that were missing in the initial analysis.
Does that mean that person's projecting what would be there? Is that showing us that?
That's showing us the parts that were imputed. That's the term that we would use.
That wasn't me. That wasn't me. That was East Idaho News that did that. That wasn't me.
All right. Once you have this information, after bioinformatics has added their details, then what happens?
So recall that the next generation sequencing is analyzing the entire genome. The genealogy companies, the matching databases, are not interested in the entire genome. They're not going to analyze the whole genome. They only want the SNPs, so the SNPs, that were analyzed by the microarray. So now the bioinformatician has to go in, essentially delete a whole bunch of the whole genome data so that they're only left with the portions that would have been on a microarray had they done microarray conversions.
This happens after they're filled in to make a whole, they're stripped back to make it usable.
Yes.
Like genetic genealogy database. How do you know if you're not just left with all of those filled in?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
So
how do you know which parts were imputed and which parts were from the next generation sequencing?
Yeah.
The bioinformatician would have access to that data, but as a genealogist, you wouldn't know.
Okay, that question would be for somebody different.
That would be for someone.
After the SNP is created, then
So then you have a file that would look just like what you could get from one of the actual genealogy testing companies, and you can upload that. If it's a forensic kit for forensic purposes, you can upload that to two main databases. One of them is called Family Tree DNA, which in the trade you generally just call FTDNA, and the other one is GenMatch. And there are a couple of smaller databases that are really tiny.
Ancestry.
Yeah. Ancestry will not let you upload a file into the database, nor will Fund Free. There's no process to do it. The only way to get into those two databases is by spinning it.
All right, on this slide, does this represent most of these companies that do the genetic analysis?
Those are
Honestly, I don't think it's a bad sign. You know, this is just a motions hearing. The judge will just let them carry on talking. The judge is not asking questions. This is the defense's witness, and they've been allowed to bring these witnesses, and then they're allowed to question them. So so it might be maddening for us to listen to, but at the end of the day, it's probably the judge is probably zoned out. I mean, yeah, we need her just to get to the point. Something tells me she's not going to get to the point, though. Something tells me that she's not, because this is just bluster and largely irrelevant material, in my opinion, of course.
those are all of the main companies. So there are a few smaller ones, but they're really quite tiny, and often for those we don't even have decent estimates of how large they are.
By large, do you mean the number of people that have uploaded the profile or spin it to the one created?
Yes.
There. And I think you let us know that law enforcement uses and can only use GenMatch and Family Tree DNA.
Per the terms of service of the companies, they're only allowed to use Family Tree DNA and GenMatch, and there are two smaller dedicated databases. One of them is called DNA Justice, which has, as of yesterday, about 500 people in it, and the other one is DNA Salt, which is owned by Optum, and I have no idea how many people in it.
Those two that you just talked about, can anybody use those, or are those only law enforcement?
DNA Salt and Cochrane.
Yes.
Yes, those are only for law enforcement. A regular genealogist wouldn't have access to any output from those. You can voluntarily contribute your DNA, but then you can't use it for your own genealogy.
And GenMatch and Family Tree DNA, are those law enforcement only, or are those usable by others?
Those are usable by regular genealogists. Both of them existed long before the field of forensic genealogy did.
They also allow.
They both allow law enforcement to upload the kits, the DNA kits, into the databases.
MichelleAfterDark, I don't think we've talked a ton about that. I understand Ancestry and 23, you have to give your own sample, they do their own thing. But MichelleAfterDark, how do you have to do this fitness food for that?
No, so MyHeritage sells DNA tests, as does Family Tree DNA. So you can send a kit in. Those are cheap swabs, they're not stick. That's technical. But for both MyHeritage and Family Tree DNA, you could test directly with them, but you could also take your data file from one of the other companies and just upload the file. And it's just a text file that has thousands and thousands of lines of DNA data.
So as a genetic genealogist, you are working with somebody and you can take their profile and make it come to me and put it in MyHeritage and Family Tree DNA.
Yes.
You also put it in GenMatch.
Yes.
And law enforcement can only search Family Tree DNA and GenMatch. Can they search your person?
If there's a DNA match to my person, they will see that match.
Okay. Does your person have to agree, law enforcement, to let that happen?
If we're talking about my adoptee. So it's complicated because the rules have changed continually over the past few years. As it currently stands at GenMatch, if we were to take a brand new kit, a brand new adoptee client, and upload their data to GenMatch, we would have to consent. The client would have to either consent or decline to consent to participate in law enforcement matching.
they decline to participate in law enforcement searches GEDmatch, then they should not see your clients. Is
They
that right?
should not see my clients. Okay.
Same with family tree DNA.
Family tree DNA, the system is kind of the inverse. If you add a kit to family tree DNA, they automatically opt you in. There is a way to opt yourself out, but you kind of have to know where to find it. It's not obvious.
Again, a person can keep their information private, so they don't want it in law enforcement searches.
They
Family
yes.
tree DNA. And my heritage is different law enforcement than that would.
My heritage explicitly it's in.
Could I just ask you all questions related to arrows?
No. So the database, the total database at Family Tree DNA and the total database at GEDmatch are both larger than the number of people who opted in. So not everyone at Family Tree DNA has opted into law enforcement matching. Not everyone at GEDmatch has opted into law enforcement matching. And so the arrows are the gray bars are showing my estimates, and these are my personal estimates for the number of people in each of those databases who are officially accessible to law enforcement for matching.
And that's because those companies have two categories of this. I think we're now to the last section where we're going to talk about the work products of genetic genealogy. What does that topic mean?
So these are the, if I have an adopted client, this is what I would give the client at the end of our agreement. These are the products that I would give them. And in basically everybody who's doing forensic genetic genealogy that I know of, except possibly the FBI, originally trained as a genetic genealogist. So this is what we are all used to giving to our clients.
What are we seeing on this first slide that you did here?
Okay, so those are two of the match lists. The one on the left is what a typical match list looks like at GEDmatch. The one on the right is what a typical match list looks like at Family Tree DNA. For my clients, I will actually screenshot the matches and put that in the appendix to my report. I also copy all of the matches into another program because sometimes people will, they'll be in the match list of my adoptee and then they'll disappear. And so I like to have a record that, hey, when I uploaded this kit, I had these matches there. So even if they decide to delete their kit later, I still have a record that they shared so and so much DNA with my client.
This is like family tree.
It does look like a family tree. It is anonymized. There are no real.
Dr. Larkin, what are we seeing on this family tree?
So this is the family tree that I would have built for my client. And this would have attached to it documentation. So birth and death records, it would have census records if I was able to find the family, the census immigration records, any sort of documentation that I might find. I often will link obituaries if I find them, if I find family photos. A lot of times you might find articles in the newspaper, and I will link everything that I find to this family tree that I then give the client. Does that help?
This is great because this is how genealogy works. But what is all of this got to do with Bryan Kohberger's defense? This is how genealogy works. She could have explained this in literally less than 5 minutes. How genealogy works. It's done through records that you can glean from all over the internet, that you can glean from going to records offices for those records that have not been put online yet. And whilst this has been playing, I've been looking through Twitter, or the site previously known as Twitter. It will always be Twitter to me. And we're into the afternoon session because obviously this happened this morning. And Gabriela Vargas is now on the stand in real time. But there's people who are going to start misrepresenting this nonsense that she's been talking about, because she's been talking very generally about how genetics works and about how genealogy works. She's not been very specific to Bryan Kohberger's case. She's not talked at all about Bryan Kohberger's case. This is just background information that she could have talked about in 5 minutes. So this comment here, it sounds like Dr. Leah Larkin is using your databases as a genetic genealogist while assisting the police. And she's referencing Ancestry and 23andMe. It's against the terms of service. How will this be addressed going forward? No, you can take records that are accessible on Ancestry or 23andMe. No, there's no records on 23andMe. So why is she this person, Miss whatever Mysteries? There's no Ancestry records on 23andMe. Ancestry records on ancestry.com. Much of what is on ancestry.com is available in records offices all over the world and is available in other on other websites. Ancestry is just one place that has compiled lots and lots of records. So there's nothing wrong with using census records or birth and deaths and marriages records or whatever other records once you've got to the point where you're building your family tree. The only reason why Ancestry and 23andMe aren't used by law enforcement is in the actual uploading of the DNA and then the DNA matching. That's not allowed on these websites, but accessing records like censuses and births, marriages and deaths, there is nothing whatsoever to preclude somebody doing forensic genealogy for a case like this to use Ancestry or a records office or any other site where relevant genealogical records might be found. You can use any of those resources. That's not against the terms of service. What's against the terms of service is actually uploading the DNA in the first place. So once again, this is absolute nonsense, and it's going to lead people down paths. I can see it all coming. I can see it coming already. That people are going to be saying that Bryan Kohberger's prosecutors have used websites against the terms of service. That's not at all what has been done here. Not at all. Not at all. Nonsense. Oh, do we have to go back to this woman? Dear me.
Yes, it helps verify that all of the relationships that I'm reporting to them are documented and
And it looks like you give them a copy of the descendant diagram.
I do.
And give them a copy of what are the odds. And a written report.
I do. If the client requests it, I will write a report.
Other than those things that you give your clients, what would be available on the forensic side of the genetic genealogy?
Right, so they should have the original DNA data file, whether it was microarray or the next generation sequencing. I don't need to give that to my client because they had that with them. There are some complications when you're dealing with forensic DNA because I didn't have a person spit a whole bunch of DNA into the tube. Sometimes you might have a mixture where more than one person is represented in the sample. So that needs to be analyzed, and there presumably would be documentation associated with that analysis, which is called deconvolution, DECONVOLUTION. If there was not, if there was non-human DNA mixed contamination mixed in with the sample, sometimes, and not always, sometimes they will do what is called enrichment, where they're trying to increase the proportion of DNA that is human in that sample.
Yes, that's the case. They didn't know who the suspect was. That's why they used IgG. They didn't know who the suspect was because the DNA on the knife sheath was unknown to them. So they used IgG to attempt to get a suspect. It's a lead. It's a tip. That is all. once they had their suspect, then their investigation begins. IGG isn't the investigation. That's just a lead to get to a possible suspect. That's all. This is what I've been saying for weeks. And I don't think people get it. Because once the suspect has been named, you know, behind the scenes, a genealogist has said, well, we've got this person who has come, you know, as a result of my family tree, the building. I've got this person. This is a lead. Then law enforcement uses all of the traditional methods of investigation to try to confirm that this person that has been named by the genealogist, in this case the FBI, were the people who did this, and to then do, you know, traditional law enforcement investigation, look at surveillance cameras, look at cell tower data, look at once they've looked at a bunch of surveillance and they realize there's this white Elantra that keeps doing the rounds around the area, then they did investigations into who in the area owns a white Elantra. And hey presto, the same name that they got to in the genealogy research was an owner of a white Elantra living a 15-minute drive away in Pullman, Washington. Which came first? Probably they probably were doing, they'd have been doing the two things simultaneously. So they'll have been searching surveillance, probably from day one. They'll have been searching surveillance and requesting things like cell tower data. That will have been done from day one. So they'll already have had this car, this white Elantra that kept doing the rounds. They'll have that from very early on because probably the very first surveillance cameras they went to will have picked that up. And then they've got the DNA, which obviously they have to wait a while for that DNA match to come back and for a family tree to be built. And hey presto, we've got this potential person, Bryan Kohberger, named by the genealogist. And hey presto, Bryan Kohberger also owns the white Elantra. These are two lines of investigation that are run simultaneously. So which came first? I've no idea. Whether the name came from the white Elantra being owned by a student who lived 15 minutes drive away, or by a named person in the genealogy. It doesn't really matter which came first, because once you've got your suspect and lines of inquiry kind of hone in on this one person, then they're able to find out who Bryan Kohberger's family are. So they do the research on who this guy is. Oh, this Bryan Kohberger, this criminal justice student. Oh, he comes from Pennsylvania. Well, all right, let's go and find his family in Pennsylvania. So they go and find his family in Pennsylvania. They go and surveil his house. They get some trash from his dad and DNA test the trash, because that's perfectly legal. They DNA test the trash. They compare it to the DNA on the knife sheath, and hey presto, this looks very much like the suspect's dad. And who's the suspect's dad? Michael Kohberger. Who's his only son? Bryan Kohberger. So all these avenues of investigation, they all start coming together. And that is the point where they put all that information into an arrest warrant. A judge signs it off because the judge says, well, there's a lot of information here. Go and arrest this guy. Once they've arrested him, then they're able to cheek swab him, and they're able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt to 5 octillionths, which is got 27 zeros, 5 with 27 zeros by the end of it, And here, presto, it's the guy. This is Bryan Kohberger sitting right in front of him under arrest, giving his DNA from a cheek swab, and his DNA is on the knife sheath. So all of these things all come together. His phone, his car, his DNA, they all come together. Yes, they all land on Bryan. Why? Because Bryan's the guy. Bryan's the one who did it. That's why. Good Lord, I've been on here 4 hours now. Is this... Do people understand this? I mean, regardless of what this stupid woman, in my opinion, I'm sure she's very highly educated. I'm sure she's very nice. She's just talking irrelevancies that could have been just, you know, the foundation of this could have been done in 5 minutes. Aren't there 2 other DNAs on the bed? Doesn't matter. Whoever was on the bed previous probably was a friend. They had a party. So there's going to be loads of DNA in that house belonging to perfectly innocent people. The issue is not the DNA that's on the bed. It's the DNA on the knife sheath that's important. And there was only one profile, one male profile. And guess who that was? Bryan Kohberger's. Doesn't matter what else DNA was in that house. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I don't think the judge will have been bamboozled. I don't. I don't. Yeah, garbage showed family match to male relative. Cheek swab matched the knife to the sheath. If it's touch DNA, I'd argue it does matter because the sheath was face down on the bed. 2 inches to the left, it could have been someone else. Yeah, but that someone else wouldn't have matched all the other evidence, would it? And if there's other DNA on the bed, and you're saying that that DNA got onto the knife sheath, how come that other DNA didn't get on the knife sheath? If there's 3 or 2 other people's DNA on the bed, how come they're not on the knife sheath? It's all circular thinking. The reason why that's not on the knife sheath is because those people didn't touch the knife sheath. So, I don't know what else to tell you, honestly. I don't know how many other ways to explain it. But anyway, I'm gonna finish this video and then I'll probably call it a day because I'm so tired.
If that process was done at the lab, there should be a record of it. The bioinformatics that we talked about, so imputing any missing data and then stripping out all of the non-genealogical DNA points, all of those, there should be records of.
Oh, I think you have logins or
Right. So when you have, once you've gone through all these steps, you've done what we call the wet lab work, where you're actually working with the samples, and then you've done the computer analyses. You end up with the output file that mimics. It's like a fake microarray file, right? So it mimics the data that we would have gotten from a specific account.
I guess people or kids or profiles in my care. Is that a place that somebody can try to match my confidentiality?
Yes.
Dr. Markey, thank you. I don't have any other questions, but don't leave quite yet. I'll ask you.
Thank you. Any cross-examination? Okay, thank you. All right, may this witness be excused?
Yeah.
Okay, if you're excused, you can stay here if you like, or you can get on with your life. Thank you.
Good Lord, that was completely pointless. The state doesn't have any questions because it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. Anyway, thank you for the super sticker, Bug Love. That's very kind of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So I'm not staying for the afternoon session, which is currently underway, because this is the longest ever live that I've ever done. I've never gone longer than probably 3 hours, and I'm now on 4 hours and 10 minutes. I'm so tired, but let's just do one more sweep of Twitter here. So DNA expert Gabrielle, whatever her name is on the stand right now. Let's just go down here. I don't know why. Well, it's not stressed me out. It's infuriated me. What else have we got here? The expert DNA witness said the way Santa Claus got the DNA result from the database is not done by the book. Yeah, it was done by the book. You, Green Goopy, whoever you are, Green Guppy, are not understanding very well. Maybe. Santa did not break the rules. It's not prosecutorial misconduct because they've not broken the rules. Or at least there is no way for us to know that they've not played by the rules, because no evidence that's been presented so far has demonstrated that. So all right, so afternoon court is in session, but that's where I'm going to leave you because I am very, very tired. So I'm going to probably go to bed and watch the rest, maybe on the replay or whenever it comes out. So, and I'm going to go and catch up with what Hey JB's been saying, because I do like Hey JB. He's very good. Is Hey JB still live? Let's have a look. Oh, Hey JB's not even live still. He's gone nearly 4 hours, and then he's probably gone home. They stopped streaming 2 minutes ago. So at that point, I am also going to stop streaming. If there's anything really interesting that comes up in the afternoon session that we need to talk about, then I'll make a video tomorrow about that. But I suspect that it's going to be more of the same from the defense witnesses. What we want to know, though, is what the judge rules. What the judge rules on all of this is the important thing. But I think it's going to be a few more hours before we're going to get that decision. Thank you, Shaggy, for the $5. I explain it good. I do try, but oh, I can heart that one. All right, guys. Thank you for being my company this evening for my longest ever live stream. If you've stuck it all the way out to the end, you know, you've done well. You've done well. 4 hours. For those of you who've just come in, if you want to go and play it on 2x speed, and yeah, that last witness, she's not worth listening to. She just gives irrelevant information, in my opinion. And I do think it's going to be more of the same. So thanks as always to the mods. Thank you for the donations. It's very, very well appreciated. I always forget to check to see if I've had any PayPals or anything like that. Hold on a minute. I've not got my phone with me, so I've had to go into my emails, and I can't tell because I've got so many emails. But if anybody's PayPal me or Cash App me or bought me coffees behind the scenes, then that's all very appreciated as well. I always forget to thank those people who do donate via that way. But even though I forget to thank you, please be assured that any donation I get is very appreciated. Okay. All right. I'm off to bed now. Enjoy the rest of your day or your evening. And I'll see you tomorrow. Bye, guys.